gosh. Wait, I have to mute myself on the video. Because otherwise there will be a giant echo. It froze. The browser froze. Okay, it's muted. It's nice. Okay. Yeah. Hello, Jacob. How are you? We're ready. You're ready to go. True. True.
This is the 80th anniversary of the Warsaw Ghetto uprisings of 1943.
True. Which was
This,
sort of like the first of the two major uprisings in Warsaw during World War II.
yes, this one occurred after the Jewish residents of the Warsaw Ghetto decided to rebel against Germans attempting to deport them en masse to death camps.
That's right.
So me and Lucy got together and started talking about doing something for this. This is it. I think we want to start with.
Oh, wait. More technical difficulties.
Hold on.
Your volume is very low. Can you say something?
Hello, testing.
Once more?
Testing.
I think I know what's happening. Oh my gosh. Can you believe this? But it's good that we've caught it. Yeah, I think I know what's happening. Voice and video. Output. I think it should be. What do we have here for option? aux2. Or rather, it should be voice chat. It should place you to voice chat. Voice mirror.
Okay, it sounds good on my end.
Yeah, it's on my end that it's not good.
Okay.
Gotta wave one. Link browser. Gotta wave one. Voice chat. Say something.
Testing.
Okay, say something more.
Testing one.
Okay, now it should be much better. Now it should be actually much better. Lucy's chat wants to hear the guest. And now, okay, it's loud and clear now. Okay, if you could repeat all that you started the stream from.
Sure. Okay. So me and Lucy thought we'd get together and do something special for the 80th anniversary of the Warsaw Ghetto uprising.
Okay.
So commemorating the Jewish residents of the Warsaw Ghetto, who in 1943 staged an uprising in order to try and prevent the mass deportation of the residents of the ghetto to death camps.
Well,
Treblinka.
sort of, but not quite. The goal was not actually to, at that point, the goal was not actually to prevent the deportation. It was more like an attempt to choose the place of death of those who decided to take up arms, you know?
Yes. So, I think we should probably want to start with a little bit of background about the ghetto itself.
Yes.
Uh, in 1939, Poland was the first country that was attacked and invaded by the German army. After a fairly lengthy campaign, Warsaw itself was captured.
Hmm.
Um, it took a couple weeks. Warsaw itself was captured, and the year afterwards, in October, I think, October of 1940, they set up a isolated, walled-in area for
A
to
ghetto.
hold Warsaw's Jews, which
Yeah.
was a ghetto. So, uh, conditions inside this particular enclave were kept deliberately bleak. There
Yeah,
was
well,
mass starvation.
there's there are a couple of things to that would explain it. Like the biggest factor that contributed to the situation in the ghetto being bleak was that a lot of people were crammed in a relatively small area. About 400,000 people were crammed within the Warsaw Ghetto. And actually, the Germans did use a sort of a official explanation as to why the wall was built. Are you familiar with?
No, why don't you go ahead with that?
It's like the Germans basically said that the Polish population must be separated from the Jewish population because the Jewish population spread disease. And the building of the wall was a sort of a quarantine that would separate those who were sick from those who were not.
Yeah, there was.
But there was
Yeah.
also, like, sorry to interrupt, a secondary, more like a very underhanded reason. It was framed as protecting Jewish people against the violence of Polish people.
To be clear, the Germans were not particularly well disposed towards non-Jewish Polish people either. So pretty quickly, uh, German intentions became clear after
Yes,
occupying Poland. They were attempting to reduce the Slavic people and the Jewish people to
that's right.
an effective a slave, a set of helots.
Yes.
Um,
And
so work camps became popped up and sprung up in death camps. Um,
of
so even
course,
though the ghetto is basically an extra level of horror on an already terrifying situation.
yes. And also Warsaw was a special city in some ways. Who is this guest? Tell them Lucy's chat welcomes them. Introduce yourself.
Hi,
We
sorry.
forgot about that
Oh,
part.
fair enough. If you don't know, I'm Daedalus Media, of the host of the Two Guys Talking History show over here on YouTube. We cover historical and contemporary events and attempt to kind of cut through efforts at censorship, particularly here in the United States, by the framing of teaching history as critical race theory. So that's pretty much what we're dedicated to, is trying to present a view of history that is not tainted by censorship.
Yeah, or trying to portray things in a different light than they actually were, right? Like
Yes.
it's not always censorship. Sometimes it takes the basically you can find many parallels between what's happening in the US and other right wing governments, right? When right wingers criticize critical race theory by saying, oh, there might have been racism, there might have been this or that, but, and they always add the but that is supposed to sort of make it less bad than it actually was, you know?
So there's been a concerted effort in the last couple of years, both here in the United States and in Poland, to reframe history to be more sympathetic to parties that do not necessarily deserve it. Um,
Yes, that's true.
we do a couple of different shows every month here on our channel. I'm joined by another historian, a genocide scholar by the name of goes by Hetman,
Which
who
basically
focuses.
means like it was a military rank leader.
Yes, so we've been focusing pretty heavily on the war in Ukraine and a couple various topics in history. It's fun.
Yeah,
Come check us out.
very nice, very nice. And so I think, yes, Warsaw was a very special city because, as I've said on a couple of occasions, some estimates say that one third of the city was inhabited by Jewish citizens, and some estimates go as far as to say half of the city. So Warsaw was very entrenched in Jewish culture. You know, it was very much a Jewish city as much as Polish city, you know,
Yes.
which made it a very specific place. Like, there were people that actually, before being put in the ghetto, already lived in those places. Those were the so called lucky ones that had their own apartment that they already lived in. They had means to survive, usually much more than those people who were poorer and were just put into the ghetto without anything. And it is also important, like when we talk about the ghetto, that it all started with also things like the Germans restricting the amount of money that a Jewish person could have, the amount of money that a person could withdraw from the bank, you know, things that,
Life in the ghetto itself is heavily controlled uh, by the Germans. It
yeah.
was designed and calculated to crush the Jewish population there.
And of course, it was also a workplace. It was also a place where the so called shops were
Yes.
built, in which Jewish people would work and making various things like, you know, for the war effort. And of course,
Yeah.
to
So
add salt to
it's
injury. Yeah.
this was another source of slave labor. Germany used throughout both the occupied territories or even their satellite states, the Axis satellite states, extensively used slave labor to fuel their wartime economy.
Yes.
The ghetto was one such place where this was done. Um,
And of course,
there was deliberate starvation and medical experiments carried out here as well, similar to what you might find in accounts of the camps themselves.
yes. Between 1940 and 1942, it is estimated that about 100,000 people died of starvation. It is the so called first phase. It is like many people divide the eras of the ghetto, the Warsaw Ghetto, into two phases: the phase of mass starvation and then the phase of mass death.
Yeah. So the ghetto was established 1940, late fall, October, and that first phase lasts from then that establishment till 1943.
Well, it was started in 1942 when the liquidation of the ghettos started.
Yeah, let's see.
And people started being taken to Umschlagplatz, from which they were taken to places like Treblinka and other death camps.
I'm pulling up this here. Yeah. So from 22nd July until 12 September 1942, SS and police units carried out mass deportations and liquidated the ghetto.
Yes.
Approximately 200,000. So there were two principal groups here that organized into fighters.
Hmm.
and I do not know this accent mark. It's in English would be ZOB and ZZW.
Job.
Job.
Job, yeah.
Okay.
Job was the... I'm gonna look up the wiki for it. Because
Jewish Combat Organization. Here we go. Yeah, that's definitely something I can't.
job means... Let me see. Because I actually... For, Żydowska Organizacja Bojowa. The Ż stands for Żydowska, which is Jewish. Because in Polish, a Jewish person, Jew is Żyd. You know? So,
Yeah.
Żydowska Organizacja Bojowa. The Jewish fighting organization. At least I translated it that way. Let's see what the official English wiki calls it. Jewish Combat Organization. I was close.
And then the second one is Jewish Military Union, ZZW.
ZW. There's also... There were a few of them. There were a few of those. And when it comes to the organization Job, a name seems to be... There's a certain name that seems to repeat itself in the memories of those who survived and in documents, and that name is Zuckerman. Are you familiar?
Was
Did you come across that name when
nominal
you...
leader. Yes, the nominal leader of the organization.
Yes.
So they started doing prep work, at least they started doing prep work to resist in late 1942.
Keep in mind, there was a special talk among the top... All the parties, all the political parties, all the organizations of the ghetto had a meeting at some point. I have to remember when. And the sort of older people of those groups actually were against any sort of combative action. You know, they were against any sort of rising up in arms, that they should sort of accept their fate and wait for a better time, you know? And they talked how the Jewish people many times in history had to sort of accept their blood being spilled to await a better time, to preserve the core of the Jewish people, you know? And basically younger people did not agree with this sentiment as much and decided to go their way and create those fighting organizations.
So yeah, by and large, these groups were pretty sparsely equipped. They didn't have a lot of weapons. The account, or the couple accounts that I read for German accounts I read, had them armed with like handguns, Molotov cocktails, things of that nature. So this wasn't particularly well equipped, and I do believe that the Polish resistance, broader Polish resistance, smuggled in some weapons to them as well.
Some weapons, but it's a bit of a complicated topic. Like, there was a bit of a hesitancy between the broader Polish resistance and the ghetto resistance. There was like from what I understand, there was from the Polish resistance, the army, the national army, I guess I could call the country army, the AK, sort of thought that there was this apathy among the Jewish people, and they did not have the will to act And then the Jewish people sort of proved that they did have the will to act. And there was this also this interplay of, as young people, we want to act. We are Jewish, but we are also Polish. So the broader Polish sort of defiance group owe it to us also to share the weapons with us because we are fellow Polish people, you know?
Right. So there's kind of a couple different organizations that are working to resist in Poland at the time. The first is Polish civilians forming the imagined resistance, and then you have Jewish fighting groups in the ghettos, and then the third group is the Home Army, which is the remnants of Poland's army
Yeah,
that is either trying to escape Poland from 1939 onward and rally in places like the United Kingdom, where they formed their own units or fighter pilots.
that's
For
right.
example, um, who participated uh, in Allied actions alongside American and British units
Yeah,
throughout the rest of the war. For example, in Operation Market Garden, one of the units that takes part in the airborne campaign is a Polish regiment. Some of the best aviators fighting for the United Kingdom during the Battle of Britain are Polish fighter pilots as well.
yeah.
So there's a very strong sense of resistance. They continue fighting long after their country's fallen. Another story I particularly enjoy is uh, they gave a number of Polish sailors a old British destroyer called the Pirun. During the campaign to sink the Bismarck in early 1941, a number of United Kingdom and Polish destroyers find the battleship Bismarck overnight, the night before the main British task force engages and sinks it. Uh,
Right.
the British commander gives the destroyers the order to shadow it and maybe harass it, fire torpedoes. The Poles pull up alongside Bismarck off hers and start shooting at her with their 5-inch guns. And they start flashing a Morse code, I am a Pole. And they spent the entire evening dodging in and out of the Bismarck's guns and shooting at it, even though they don't have sufficient caliber to sink the ship or even do significant damage. They just very much wanted to irritate that crew to death. So when the Bismarck gets into a battle the next day with the English battleships and cruisers, the entire crew hasn't gotten any rest because they've spent all night getting shot at by this tiny Polish destroyer.
Yeah. And of course, there's the whole thing with the Enigma code.
Yeah, they do hand over one of the early Enigma machines to the United Kingdom, I believe.
And of course, it led to a strong sense of betrayal after the war, you know?
Yes. Um, a lot of things go very wrong for Poland immediately after the war, not the least of which is the Soviet Union's betrayal of the Warsaw resistance fighters in 1944-45.
It is because Poland was basically given away as a um, Soviet Union satellite state,
Yes.
you know?
We are off of the ghetto at this point, though, so
Yeah, we must return. We must return.
we have to get back. So there's kind of two Warsaw Jewish ghetto uprisings. There's an early one in January, uh, where these groups, the ZOB and the CCW, start initially resisting the Germans, and they suffer pretty heavily. But they manage to wound or kill about a dozen Germans. Uh, After this, they began preparations in earnest for a much larger uprising. So they start constructing fighting pits and positions throughout the ghetto.
Yeah, and of
And they start organizing.
course, the second, like, it is important to note that the fight against the Nazis took many forms. It wasn't just oh, thank you, Valhalla. It wasn't just fighting with weapons. It was things like growing food, organizing, building bunkers for civilians that could not fight, and hid underground and lived there. It was creating support groups, which is a thing that we can learn from in the modern day.
Yeah, there was very much a sense of all of these residents being in this together, even if they're not actively participating in the fighting.
Yes. And there are many accounts of people who were hiding in the bunkers. I have read very from the person that still is alive today. She was 9 during the uprising, and she describes how she felt. She spent 9 months in the bunker, and she basically said that she was too small to comprehend fully what was going on, that she was emotionally distant to everything, that she operated on instinct. When it was hot, she needed to escape to where it was cold. When it was too cold, she needed to escape to where it was warm. And she sort of described, like, she described one incident, and this is, like, to me, a very important part of the ghetto, of those events, because this has this is like a wider message, a wider thing that applies to many situations today. She described how her father, who was a very respected man, very religious man, he was dressed in a traditional Jewish outfit. He had a very long, beautiful beard. And one day when he went out for a walk, he was very respected, and many people would come to him for advice when they didn't know what to do about things. He was like a very prominent figure within his own family as well. Everybody respected him. Everybody was always curious about what he had to say. And one day when he went out, some soldiers stopped him, cut, they cut off a big portion of his beard, and they demanded that he danced. And when he refused, they started humiliating him and beating him, like in the middle of the street, and a whole crowd would gather. And that event would change him. He would become a different person from before. He would become very withdrawn, silent. He would never speak out about anything. He would become a shadow of himself, you know?
Yes, uh, there is, I think, mi- to get into it a little bit, and you might want to go further than that. The not Germans are not the only people who are responsible for the oppression in the ghetto. So occupation kind of functions at a lot of different levels, but you will
Yes.
oftentimes have locals who collaborate,
Yes.
and the ghetto is no different. There is members of Jewish individuals who were part of a ghetto police force
That's right.
established by the
There was a
locals.
Jewish police force.
So this is not this. At no point, if you ever take any accounts of the occupied Europe under the Nazis, is it ever kind of a clean everyone versus the Germans situation.
Yes.
There's a lot of shades of gray and complications that come into that.
But of course,
Uh,
there is one constant. There is one constant. Whenever there is a group that tries to cooperate with the Germans, that group inevitably ends up being murdered as well. So the Jewish police force also ended up being murdered or taken to the death camps when the Jewish ghetto was liquidated. And it also happened even during the time when Ukraine tried to join with the Germans to fight against USSR to gain freedom, you know? And this sort of thing also
yes.
backfired because the Germans, of course, treated all people of these regions as subhuman. So of course they treated also Ukrainian people as subhuman and murdered them without any hesitation. And our teacher, our high school history teacher who had a very, which can be pretty good, he had a pretty detached way of explaining history to us. And he explained that one of the reasons for the German downfall when it comes to the campaign on the USSR was their treatment of the Ukrainian people that were willing to fight alongside them against the USSR.
Yeah.
Was one of the main contributing factors to their downfall, since they sort of thrown away the capability of having like local hubs of support, so to speak, which is,
Germans.
it turns out to be a good thing, but it is nonetheless the thing that happened, right?
The German racial ideology that was espoused by Hitler did not leave room for
Alliances.
anyone anyone that was not considered German enough. They used the term Aryan, which they
Yes.
stole from archaeology, and now we've had to change that term in contemporary archaeology. But the thing to keep in mind, I think, too, is this is kind of a facet of authoritarianism, is that authoritarianism is not necessarily set in stone. So you never know who's going to fall under its guns. You
Yes.
might be safe one day and not safe the next, because the nature of authoritarianism and the nature of fascism is to be an ever shrinking in group who is given power and safety.
And of
And,
course,
and this is something you see consistently in history, regardless of the authoritarian movement. You'll see this, in, for example, in the United States nativist movements. Who is
mm,
considered white, for example, at any
oh
given
yeah,
time can change dramatically. So,
yes,
like, there's no real good definition that you can give, and there's no real safety. So even if you have like a case of like Jewish ghetto police officers, for example, you're never really safe.
yes, and Jewish people are usually not considered white either.
Yes, no, like that very rarely are Jewish people included as white in that category. And that's a pretty nebulous category to begin with. That doesn't really have
Yeah,
much
it's
force
like,
outside of a construct.
yeah, that is right.
It doesn't have much force outside of being a construct. So, like,
And you add also this myth to the, it was to build up on this. There's this myth, and I'm actually really glad that a big streamer like Vosh is doing his work to deconstruct that myth. The myth of a strong, powerful, organized regime under a big, powerful authority figure. You know, there's this myth of Hitler ruling the Nazi party with an iron fist, being the ultimate leader who has everything in control, while in reality, it was a bunch of departments who basically fought for control and political power. And there was Hitler who basically sort of navigated between them and played his games between them to sort of keep it all together.
a dictatorship is almost
He
always a
was
coalition
he
effort.
was yeah, he was not as firmly in control as people tend to believe he was, you know? It was a very delicate balance of, you know, playing the political games of people like Goebbels, Himmler, and all the other
Yes. So
top.
what ends up happening, like especially like Germany being one example, you have like the Wehrmacht, the military, the army, the navy, and the air force, and that's separate from the SS, who they're
Yes,
competing with, who's separate from the Abwehr, which is the German military intelligence organ, who they're competing with. And all these different groups are competing with one another for pride, prestige, and resources. And this compounds and creates errors. So there's no real one unifying driving force, and Hitler
Yes.
was very kind of wishy-washy and prone to listening to the last person who gave him advice. So
Yeah.
there was always this kind of effort by all of the top Nazis
To one up
stripped
one
over
another.
themselves to be the last guy to
Yeah. To one up one another.
word.
Yeah. There's a good comment from Valhalla. It's what the white nationalists don't understand. Not all white people are the same. Different cultures, etc. The only need for white as a category is for supremacy reasons. Yeah.
Yeah, there
Oh,
really isn't.
Valhalla asked, is there a new chat? Yes, I have a White Forest page. I have joined the White Forest family along with Demon Mama Vosh and many others. It's true.
Yes. Yeah, there's very much a the concept of whiteness isn't really rooted in any kind of cultural background,
Or any sort of, well, yeah, you're right.
or at least any kind of unified cultural background. It gets kind of contrasted, at least here in the United States, with black culture. But one of the things that I usually like to point out to people is you have entire generations who are uprooted from their uh, Africa and brought over here as part of the slave trade. They had to build a culture where they were.
Right.
Um, but like for white Americans or people who are considered white, there that really isn't an issue. Like cultural celebrations are pretty common throughout the country. Like
But
every
there's of course the issue that there is no such thing as white culture to begin with. European culture is a, as most cultures are, to be honest, are a mishmash of influences from all over the globe, you know,
yes,
of historical movements of peoples, trade, cultural exchange, it all mixes and matches, you know?
yeah, there's no like people talk about a sense of purity, and that doesn't really exist.
It
You
doesn't.
you have a lot of mixing and a lot of people taking a lot of different influences to
Yes.
arrive at
The
what their cultural heritage is.
culture is an ever changing thing that sort of interacts with everything, you know? You could say that culture, technically speaking, is everything that surrounds us at all times, you know?
Yes.
Like everything is political, but also everything is culture, basically. And it's in constant flux, you know? There is no such thing as a stagnant culture.
Yeah. There's a lot of talk around culture, but you're always going to find it changing,
Yeah,
growing, and I think that's a generally a good thing.
it is a good thing. Yeah. And I don't mind people sort of uh, appreciating things from the past or certain customs, but I think that is a thing that is part of a human heritage rather than some artificially segregated thing that needs to be preserved and locked in time. You know,
Yes.
there was a great example of that when there was like the tea ceremony thing from Japan, right? There were Japanese people presenting it, and they said by the end of their presentation something that I found to be really interesting. They said many young people in Japan are not quite interested in the ceremony. So we're sort of happy that people around the world are interested in preserving the thing, you know?
Yes.
So it's a I think that we can appreciate many of those things were emergent from the artificial establishment of the nation states in the 19th century, and by retroactively rewriting history as a straight path to a nation state.
But yeah, so academically, historians are trying to get away from that a lot.
Yeah, I know. That's a really good thing, you know?
Yeah.
But in common parlor, when politicians discuss history, they usually discuss it in terms of everything past countries, past culture, etc., being part of the heritage of the nation state.
Yeah, there's a very much, especially in contemporary politics, a desire to reach back to the past in order to legitimize the present.
Yes. And I tend to go pretty extreme to say that, for example, in the past there was the Kingdom of Poland, but the Kingdom of Poland, which was part later of the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth, was a very different construct than the nation state Poland, you know?
Yes, it's not really a straight line to get to any country.
Yeah, because it was called the Kingdom of Poland, sure. There were Polish people living there, sure. But there were also Jewish people living there, the Tatars, the Germans, and many other peoples living in that space, equally being parts of it, you know?
Yeah, borders are by and large arbitrary, so you're going to find people who speak different languages, for example,
Yes,
spread out everywhere, especially in Europe where countries tend to be a lot smaller
yeah,
overall.
yeah. And you have, but yeah, let's get back to our ghetto.
Yes. So 1943 in January, there's this early attempt at a revolt. After this happens, the Jewish resistance groups start cleaning house. They start finding collaborators, executing them, uh, in preparation for and preparing these fighting positions and preparing bunkers and safe spots for civilians who are not
Yes.
engaged. So they are at getting ready to start something much bigger, and that happens in April 19th. Hang on,
Mm-hmm.
I got notes. Yes, April 19th. The SS and German police and forces enter the ghetto and are preparing to start another round of deportations. And this is when the groups start their main revolt.
Oh, I think there's like continue, and I will add a thing.
So this is when they start their main revolt. Uh, they start ambushing these police forces as they're moving through the ghetto. They start tossing Molotov cocktails, and this is much bigger than the first round. So the Germans suffer a lot more casualties, and they start to understand that they're going to have to bring more resources in to escalate the situation, and this because the situation is escalating.
Hmm.
So they bring in armored cars, uh, and they start replacing commanders in order to in order to get control of the situation. And at points, they bring in aircraft to bomb resistance positions.
Right.
And bit by bit, the Germans start to overrun individual fighting positions in the ghetto.
Yes.
Um, the entire event keeps on going till about mid-May. Yeah, May 16th is when the last position is overrun, and then for good measure, the Germans destroyed the synagogue in Warsaw.
Yes. Blow up. And of course, once the uprising has failed, the ghetto was burned building by building.
Yeah, so about 50,000 individuals are deported or killed during this. The resistance organized something along the lines of over 600 individual fighting positions.
And many people, like those who survived, escaped to the so-called Aryan side.
At this point, the ghetto is effectively liquidated.
Yes.
Either it's either the ghetto itself is destroyed, and everyone inside of it has either been deported, killed, or fled.
And I also wanted to point out a very um, important thing about the uprising. The the uprising started on the day of the Passover celebration. You know about it?
Yes, Passover itself is the Jewish celebration of the liberation from slavery in Egypt.
Yes. So it had this symbolic thing that was to be utilized in this uprising.
Yeah, it's like both. This is like both on the Germans' intention to just inflict a humiliation on the Jewish population, like going in on this holy day or set
Yes.
of holy days rather, and uh, exercising deportations and kill them. And
Yes.
this is kind of this point of pride for this population that they engage in the first place, and that they decide to choose what happens to them.
Yes. And of course, there's a lot of things related to the escape from Egypt. Like you have mm, the usually, I'm not sure how was the policy of the more progressive synagogues, but you have men usually have this piece of like a this thing tied around your arm and a scroll on your forehead, and there's talk of like the escape from Egypt and that you give your mind and your heart to God.
Yes, it's very fundamental to Jewish theology is the whole concept of the Exodus from Egypt and the prior efforts on God's behalf to get Moses acts on God's behalf to convince Pharaoh to free the Egyptian people, or excuse me, the Israeli people, the
Yeah.
Israelites.
So yeah.
It's a highly symbolic holiday for the
Yeah.
whole faith,
Yeah.
and it speaks, I think, to the cruelty of the Germans that they choose to engage in this way and choose to engage when they did.
Yeah. And of course, for the longest time, the many people were rounded up to the Umschlagplatz, but as I've said before, there were instances because it was framed as a trip to be able to work, as the famous writing on in Auschwitz says, Arbeit macht's frei, right?
Work
And
makes free.
yeah, and many people were so starved, so desperate that they would go to the Umschlagplatz on their own to get the scraps of food that were giving out there to people. You know?
These conditions are like truly appalling, uh, all up and down.
Yes. They're like, well, I'll be translating the stories of individual families for the videos, but there's like one person who, as I've told you, there was one person who was hired under a German company, and then they took on their relative. His German was flawless, he had fake papers, and within that German company, he started his own company and started hiring people, other Jewish people, under false documents to that company. And the interesting thing, and that company functioned on the eastern parts of the country. And the interesting part about it is like there's a lot of irony here. This company was doing so well that it was considered a crucial company for the war effort, you know?
Yes.
And under this company, Jewish people were hired. Like, what during the liquidation of the ghetto, the person decided to help his family from the ghetto. There were people that he was not able to help. They were taken to the Umschlagplatz, but a lot of them were able to get into the company under false names, etc., get work there, and they survived the war.
Yeah. Both in the ghetto and broadly throughout occupied Europe, there were a large number of individuals who risked a great deal to smuggle out or save Jewish individuals during the Holocaust.
Yeah.
Today, the Israelis refer to them as the righteous among nations,
Yes.
those individuals who put
Apparently,
themselves.
the biggest amount among them are Polish people.
Yes.
But there were also, and this is where the discussion begins that the current Polish government will not want you to have. There was also a substantial number of people that were the so called blackmailers, you know, that would sell Jewish people out to authorities. Like one of the saddest stories was, and it's in one of the newer interviews, that there was a person who would help a Jewish family. He would help them, he would hide them. And then his own son would bring authorities to arrest and murder not just the Jewish family, but his own father as well. You know?
Yeah. So, like, if you were caught assisting targets of the Holocaust, not just Jewish targets, anyone, you yourself could find yourself subject to being sent to a camp
Or just killed.
or arrested,
Yes.
or just outright killed.
Yeah. Because street executions were a regular thing in Warsaw as well.
While we're on that topic, you wanted to discuss
Yeah.
uh, Professor, where is?
Barbara Engelking.
Yes.
Okay. It says we know that sort of to give like a brief summary of what happened. Barbara Engelking during like an interview for the private TV station called TVN, which is actually owned by a US company, which is interesting because the Polish government is constantly trying to liquidate private media, to liquidate the media that are free from the government's grasp, so to speak. And they tried to liquidate TVN, and TVN was like, wait a minute. You can't just do that. There are international deals involved here. It's not exactly something that you can just, do, you know? Like there are
Right.
actual big international deals involved here. And so during that interview, she said that there was a sense of disappointment within the Jewish community and that Polish people could do more to help Jewish people during the events of the Holocaust. And this caused an outrage from the government that said that she should apologize. They sued the TV station because it was the perfect opportunity to continue the attack on the free media, right? And the most recently, the Minister of Education, by the surname of Czarnek, has announced that he will, unless she's fired from the Polish Institute of Sciences, that he will cut funding from the institute. So basically, this is where we're at. Actual censorship.
Yeah. Hi, Bluestone. How you doing? Yeah. No, there's definitely a problem in Poland right now. They have a very aggressive far right government.
Yes.
We're working to lock down control of the country.
And the sad thing about it is, sorry to interrupt once again, It is a very far right government, but there is an even more far right there's an even more far right party that is looking to gain power in Poland. Right now, uh, Law and Justice Party is in charge, but there is a party that is right now the third power in the country that is called the Confederacy. It seeks to gain power, and that party is far more to the right from the current far right party. To give you a taste, this party says that Poland should not support Ukraine in the war. This party says that divorce should not be a thing. This party says that, of course, it's anti Semitic, like the Jewish people should not be part of Poland, and many, many very wild things like that, you know? So the situation is in Poland is very bad, but it can rapidly get a lot worse still.
Yeah, that kind of gets back to what we were talking about earlier with authoritarianism and an ever shrinking group in Europe. Like, you're always going to find somebody who thinks the last set of guys didn't go far enough.
Yes. Oh, I don't.
With Confederacy being tied at the worst people you know. Well, Confederacy is a system of organization that's not particularly popular.
I don't remember if the Germans had a separate designation for Jewish people that were important to the war effort. They kept thinking White Star for some reason. Well, the person that I mentioned that had a company, he didn't do it as a Jewish person. Oh, a brief pause.
Sorry, Avery, come here. Come here.
Okay, so the person that I mentioned did not operate as a Jewish person. He operated on false paperwork as a non-Jewish person. It's important to mention because technically speaking, all Jewish people were part of the war effort because all Jewish people were forced to work in the shops in the ghetto, you know? So, technically speaking, there were no Jewish people that were not important for the war effort because all of them were used as slave labor to further the war effort. You know?
Right. There's not really a separation between the two. What you have is individuals forging documents in order to as uh, operate without the stigma placed by the Nuremberg laws on Jewish people.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, it's we are, as the media says, we are closing in on a second Nuremberg with the whole Ukraine situation.
Uh, there's a so like you were speaking about that party previously, and I'm willing to bet that if we get drilled down on that party's resources and access to funding, that you're probably going to find some Russian oligarch at the other end of it.
Yeah,
Um,
probably. Like the nice thing about this is like during the celebration of, well, the celebration is not a good word. Anniversary of the 80th, like yeah, the 80th anniversary of the Warsaw Ghetto uprising. The topic of Ukraine was raised quite a few times during the speeches of people during the celebration. Like Marian Tursky, who I keep referencing because he's a very inspirational figure who survived the Auschwitz-Birkenau camp, said, I've been liberated by the Red Army from the death camp, and I will always be grateful for that. But does that mean that I should be silent and indifferent when Russia is invading Ukraine and committing atrocities, committing mass murder? No, I cannot be indifferent when this sort of thing happens. I have to speak out, you know?
Yes.
And there's like the president of Warsaw gave a whole speech how Warsaw was completely destroyed, like that there was a Jewish city that Jewish people being killed was ripping out a part of the heart of Warsaw. And he added that that is why Warsaw is a city that will help, that understands the pain of the cities being destroyed in Ukraine. And that is why Warsaw will keep helping Ukrainian people and, supporting in the war effort. Like the topic of Ukraine has been raised quite a few times during the anniversary of the ghetto uprising.
There's a very, very close kinship, I think, between Poland and Ukraine.
Yeah, but there's a very complicated history as well.
Yes, and
Which,
there's also a very considerable close kinship between both countries' Jewish populations
yes, that's right.
together.
That's right. That is
So,
correct.
um,
There is a doggy. Yeah.
yes, he's a good boy. He's
This is the first time that I've managed to actually do a call on stream with someone when I'm visible on your end and you're visible on my end. Usually it's not like that. So this is the first time when I've managed to do it like that.
yes, this is Avery. He's a very good boy. He's just sometimes a little scared.
And a bit ill right now from what I know.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's a little bit sick. He's getting himself chicken and rice for dinner.
I had chicken and like pasta for dinner, so similar. And since I had the throat trouble, I cannot have it with any strong spices. I have to have it like delicately boiled or something.
Yeah, he's a good boy.
True. The only thing Russian oligarchs are good at is hijacking populist movements. True. That is true. You disappeared. Uh oh. I think Discord has restarted. One moment, everybody. We will return to what happened. Like, Discord just restarted. Oh my gosh. What happened to Discord? I'm going back to the hello?
Hello.
Hello. My Discord just restarted.
Yeah, I figured. Uh, but
And now I have to get you back.
yeah, we are.
How do I do that?
All right, go to.
You're not on anymore. I don't know why.
I probably knocked out the window capture when you left Discord. So go to add source in OBS.
Hey, let me. Oh, I know. Okay, I understand. Wait. Where is the conversation? I have
Window
to.
capture.
I think I have to pop you out again.
Yes, and
Where's.
then
I don't see the option anymore. Oh, there you go. You're popped out. Your full screen. Are you back on? You're back on the screen. Yes, you're back. Very nice.
all right. Yes, I'm there. I need you to turn your camera on again in the chat so it's on my end too.
Oh, oh, you're right. I got AFK'd. Okay. Why did I get AFK'd? How can I? That is so. But my whole, actually, my whole My whole Discord actually restarted as well.
Yeah, sometimes Discord dies like that. You
Okay,
should just
let
have to
me
turn your
see.
camera back on and it will go.
Wait, let me. Where are you?
There we go.
Yeah, I'm back.
All right, we're good. Yes. Sorry
Okay,
about
let
that,
me
everybody.
let me see the. Oh my gosh, where is it? Okay, that's good. You know, one day when I get 50 people in the audience, I'm then gonna show myself to the audience.
That was a good goal, everybody.
But yes, there's a lot of parallels that we can draw from the past to the present, and it's important to do so. It's important not to compartmentalize this. It's important not to isolate this to this thing happened here only to this group and is only relevant to this group, and it could only happen in this particular circumstance, and it's the past and nothing else. Like, we cannot compare it to any other discrimination.
Yes. The other thing I think I would point out is I noticed, and we did it. Me and Hetman did a show on this not too long ago. Is there seems to be a connection between individuals who idolize the Nazis, the American Confederacy, and our Civil War, and the current Russian invasion of Ukraine. There
Hmm.
seems to be a overlap of people who support all three groups, unironically. And amongst those individuals, there's kind of this distortion of history where they distort the American Civil War, and they distort World War II, and they distort this current crisis or the current war in Ukraine.
Of course, there's a whole subsection of people who consider themselves a left-leaning socialist slash communist who really horribly are pro-Russia. You know?
Yes. That's also another entirely separate group from what I'm talking about. These are largely right wing groups. You see this confluence of supporting losers. Let's be honest.
They sort of weirdly end up being allies when it comes to the topic of the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Yeah, and like that's I think a really good example of why we need to understand history and not aim to obscure it and not aim to try and recontextualize it in ways that aren't true.
Yeah,
Like you have Russia, you have Putin and Russia's state media trying to proclaim that Ukraine is not a viable state, it isn't a
yeah,
real state, and that's part of Russia. When you have this very rich history of Ukrainian independence and
yeah.
independence movements.
Of course, technically speaking, you could very well say that about many, many countries, because many like nations, like the idea of a nation of nation states and nationalities was like born in the 19th century.
Yes, it's
And
a very
yeah,
modern concept.
and of course, but because like you had in this case, you had this big country called the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which encompassed Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, and Belarus, right?
Yes. And
And
even more than that, you have a lot of movement inside the Polish-Lithuanian
yeah,
Commonwealth of populations of
yeah, yeah, yeah,
people
yeah, yeah.
speaking.
Tatars, the biggest Jewish community in the world at the time, and many other. And like it caused a few things. First of all, it caused after World War One, when national identities were forming, it caused war over which of the terrains of the Commonwealth should belong to which newly formed nation state, right?
Yes.
And it also, because keep in mind, the argument of a country being a fake country that should not exist was also used against Poland after World War One, right? Poland was basically called a fake country created by the Versailles Treaty.
Yes. The Versailles Treaty creates Poland, and Germany took some exception to this, particularly the Danzig corridor outside between Germany and Kaliningrad, modern
Yeah.
Kaliningrad.
Yeah. And of course, there's the Gdansk or Gdansk that was a free city before World War II, right?
Yes,
It was
up until
technically.
the point where the Germans shelled it.
And of course, it's all very. It's not a simple thing because Gdansk was a free city and it enjoyed its status as a free city. And it was a majority German population place, you know? Most
Yeah,
citizens of Gdansk were German. And of course they wanted to remain a free city, right? But these sort of conflicts of what part of a country should belong to where were really complicated because of that topic that I've told you of the bigger commonwealth, that sort of where separate identities formed. For example, I tend to ask, you know, that Vilna, how is Vilna in English?
VIL. I think it's just Vilna.
Is it? I think it's a bit
Let me
different.
check. Vilnius. You're talking Lithuania, right?
Yeah, Lithuanians. Um,
Vilnius. I gotta
the
check the
capital
pronunciation.
of Lithuania.
Pronunciation. Thank you. Vilnius.
Vilnius. Like, I tend to ask, so after World War One, what country Vilnius should have went to which newly formed nation state? Poland or Lithuania? Where should it have gone after World War One?
It ended up in Lithuania.
No, no, it ended up in Poland after World War One. Yeah, yeah.
Really?
Yes, after World War One, it was part of Poland. Actually, the city was a majority Polish population city, even though historically it was part of the Great Duchy of Lithuania, you know? Because those things were different back then. And there was conflict between Lithuania and Poland, and not exactly. It wasn't Lithuania at first. It was it was nothing at first, and then after World War One, the borders were forming, the countries were forming, and there was a conflict between Poland and Lithuania about where this place would go. And it was a majority Polish city at the time. So the citizens of the city wanted to be actually part of the newly formed Polish nation state, you know? And during World War II, the place was sort of taken over by the USSR,
The
and
Soviet Union annexed all three Baltic
so
nations.
and the Soviet Union, yes, took it and made it part of Lithuania, de facto the USSR, right? And of course, changed the demographics of the city completely, right?
1918 to
It
1920.
was changed from a majority Polish city to a not a majority Polish city. A similar situation was with Lviv, Lvov, you know? It was a
Yes.
complicated thing. It was a many people try to frame it as Poland invaded Ukraine and took Lviv, and it was not exactly like that, you know? It was a situation
Right.
of Lviv itself being a majority Polish city and all of the surrounding areas around Lviv being a majority Ukrainian areas, right? And now the question is, where should the terrain go to, right? And becomes
Okay.
a really complicated question in the context of nation states, right?
Yeah, like where a city or a given area ends up is not necessarily going to be a majority speaking area too at any given time, because though because this concept of nations, we have to remember, is an artificial one.
Yeah,
Uh, and Russia, in particular, particularly as an empire, uh, does a very, very good job of sort of shifting populations
yes,
around. And then after the fact, trying to use this as a justification
yes.
for uh,
That in this case, I'm
acts of imperialism.
I'm sort of talking about the fact that Polish people, Lithuanian people, Belarusian people, and Ukrainian people used to occupy a single sort of composite state. The term for what the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth was is that composite state, right? And then
Yes.
fractured into separate nation states and conflict arose, you know?
Yeah, and Poland. So, like Poland, Lithuania is actually a fairly substantial state too, um, especially in 17th or 18th century Europe. They occupy a fairly considerable amount of territory, and
Hmm? What do you mean?
Poland, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, it's a very substantial state, and it's not widely discussed in the United States when we talk about history.
Well, it is a bit of a not correct framing that Lithuanian occupied terrain, you know? You know what I mean?
No, Lithuania was a duchy, so it was a component of.
Yeah, because some people frame incorrectly basically the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth as Poland colonizing Lithuania, Belarus, and Ukraine, and that is not the
No,
case. And
it's a little bit more complicated.
it is a very no, it's a very it frames the history of the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth from the perspective of nation states, which is a mistake to begin with. You know,
Yes, it's not. It's not a traditional nation state.
it
It's
was a composite state, right?
yeah. It's not. It's not. It's not a state in the very Fabian sense. It's more
It wasn't
a grouping.
like um, it was a country that had a system of estates. An estate
Yeah.
was basically like a social class, right?
Yes, it's more of a grouping of different societies almost
Yes, like
coming
the
together.
nobles, the peasants. The groupings were not based on nationality, right? A noble that was Polish would not feel closer to a peasant because he was Polish as opposed to a Lithuanian noble. No, he would feel closer to the Lithuanian noble because they were two both nobles, you know, from the Commonwealth. There was no
Yes.
sense
And
of solidarity on national lines, you know?
yes. Interestingly enough, in the United States, anyway, at least in Illinois, where I originally come from, there is a statewide holiday for Casimir Pulaski, who was
Yes.
a Polish Lithuanian general who came over here during our Revolutionary
And
War.
created the
And
cavalry.
yes, trained our cavalry. I swear to God, every year when that came up, people had always asked me, who is this guy and why are we getting the day off?
Yeah,
That's
and
how poorly we teach the topic. Even in a state like Illinois, where we have a huge Polish population in Chicago.
Kazimierz Pułaski received a special citizenship as apparently one of only few people in the history of the US, you know?
Yes, he was highly. There was a couple European officers who came over. Von Steuben, for instance,
There
came
was
over and taught us
also
how to drill.
there was also Tadeusz Kościuszko, a very famous Polish figure, who also, but let's go back to Puławski for a bit, because the interesting factoid about Puławski is that he was intersex, you know?
Yeah, I did not know that.
Kazimierz Puławski was intersex. He was judged to have had a skeletal build of a woman, you know?
Yeah, I did not know that.
That's like one of the people that helped form the country was intersex. So I guess the US is baked like the LGBT forms the foundation of the creation of the US.
Don't tell the Republicans; they'll go nuts.
True. And there's the Tadeusz Kościuszko, who famously, when leaving the US after the revolution, right, he left a will in which he said that the slaves should be freed, that his estate should be sold, and his wealth should be used to free the slaves and to give them education. You know, very
Yes.
anti-slavery. And it's funny because many Republicans and many far right Polish people were saying that the statue of Tadeusz Kościuszko was toppled by BLM protesters, and there were signs on the statue, right? Writings on the statue, right? Sprayed.
Right.
And historians pointed out, well, sure, but Tadeusz Kościuszko, the actual person, would not only not care about the statue, but would probably march with BLM, you know?
Almost certainly, yes. Uh, very like Polish-Lithuanian is a very interesting. Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is a very interesting period. Um, like it's also a kind of unique set of organization for Europe for the time too.
Yeah, it was. This is why I have to do streams explaining it. That was not Poland, you know?
Yeah, like it's a much more complicated relationship than most nation states ends up being.
Yeah.
On top of what's already a very complicated
And
relationship.
I think that is part of the shared origin between Poland and Ukraine, you know?
Yes.
And it,
Uk- Ukraine and Poland are both kind of very similar in how they kind of form this kind of highway through Central Europe too.
yeah. And of course, it directly defeats the notion that Ukraine is a fake place, that it's Russian. It's like the history of the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth directly defeats that argument, you know?
Yeah, and that gets back to Russia trying to obscure these things uh, in order to justify their current imperial ambitions.
Yeah. And of course, there is an important, because Russia has um, imperialist. Am I still on? Am I still connected? Can you still hear me?
You are. You're still here.
Okay.
Let me check
So
your stream too.
Russia has imperialist ambitions towards many countries, but it has a very special relationship when it comes to Ukraine, a very special negative relationship. And that is that there are serious theories that Ukraine is a existential threat to Russia, if that makes sense. In Russia's mind, Ukraine is an um, existential threat to Russia, to the Russian soul, to the Russian spirit. Ukraine was
At
part
least
of,
as they see it right now.
yeah, it was the Ukraine was part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth longer period of time than it was part of Russia. That is correct. And do you know what I mean when I say that Russia considers Ukraine as an existential threat to itself?
Yes, they are. So Putin and Russia in particular is trying to present Russia in a particular light that the existence of Ukraine contradicts.
It goes back further than Putin.
Yes,
Like,
and you have so Russia is an outgrowth. The Muscovy area is an outgrowth of Kiev itself, and where you see this emergence of their civilization is in Ukraine.
yes. And sort of the Duchy of Moscow sort of wanted to frame itself as the uniter of all of the old Kiev Rush, you know? And there was a big problem because the Duchy of Moscow for the longest time was under the influence and occupation of the Mongolian Empire, right?
Yes,
Which was very despotic when it comes to its rule. And what is now Ukraine was,
the Duchy of Moscow, Muscovy inherited that particular tendency as well.
yes. And the language became influenced by it as well. And Ukraine, what is now Ukraine, was part of the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth. And because of the specific nature of the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth, many laws that were placed by the nobles, like the law of respecting the other, the law that forbade, like that, it was sort of forbidden by law to trample the cultures on and other things of the individual regions of the Commonwealth, you know. It was forbidden. The the nobles made it so that an effort to centralize the country was impossible, you know,
Yes,
culturally and like it was out of self. Yeah, it was out of. Sorry.
it's a very cosmopolitan state for the time, especially, and you have a lot of different cultures who resisted heavily the influence of Western Christianity,
Yeah.
which tended to homogenize the cultures that they gained influence in.
Yes.
That just didn't happen in the
It was.
winning
It was
Commonwealth.
interesting enough. Every like it wasn't all made out of the will for it to be like nice and good. It was more, it was all made in the self interest of the nobility class itself, you know,
Yes,
in the interest of the golden freedom of the class of the nobles. But it ended up in practice being forbidding discrimination based on religion, which is why the Jewish community could thrive in the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth. It ended up being like the Ruthenians, which were the Belarusians and Ukrainians, being able to, you know, have their language and sort of for it to be able to flourish, right?
yes. There's also a lot of surviving customs here in Eastern Europe that because of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth survive to this day in
Right,
one form or another, that did not survive in France and the Holy Roman Empire and
right.
etc. Because of this kind of disjointed, dis not disunified, but because they are looking to regard each individual culture as a component of the state as opposed to a
Yes.
single unifying culture.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And the it becomes part of that whole threat because Ukrainian, what is now Ukrainian, could flourish in the Commonwealth, and Russian was sort of under heavy influence of the Mongolian Empire. Theoretically speaking, Ukrainian is more Russian than Russian is. And you can see why this would be like become a problem for the Russian spirit, you know?
Yeah, especially with this presentation of this modern idea of Russia, that Russia likes to try to decontextualize local histories in order to justify their ambitions.
Yes.
And you just Eastern Europe is really hard to do that in because there's a very long tradition of Eastern Europeans resisting those efforts.
Yes. That's right.
Like for Lithuania, for instance, strongly resisted the Teutonic Knights when they tried to launched effectively a
Yes.
crusade into the region.
That is also what brought the Kingdom of Poland and the Duchy of Lithuania closer together to form its union. Those sorts of dangers.
Yes,
But yeah, there's like a lot of. And I really like the fact that the anniversary related things, like that the topic of Ukraine and like the atrocities done in Ukraine are being discussed a lot, you know?
yes. I have a feeling when all of this is over, that there's going to be quite a lot of tragedy that gets exposed in Ukraine on top of what's already been seen.
Yes, and of course, there'll be like, I've made a whole, uh, I think there's like a, I think it's uploaded already, a segment on the ecocide that is happening in Ukraine and how it's the most documented ecocide in like the history of war, I think, and that it will be used to demand payment from Russia, but it will also be used to expand the definition of ecocide to start holding, for example, companies that hurt the environment accountable for what they're doing.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a dramatic change in certain aspects of international law as a result of this conflict. Um,
Like,
there are a lot of gaps that they might be able to find some justification for plugging.
yeah. And of course, like some environmental damage is irreparable in Ukraine. So,
Yes, there's going to be very significant cleanup costs too. The economy of Ukraine is seen a precipitous drop since the commencement of the Russian special operation.
yes.
And that's on top of the damage that was already happening since because they've been fighting a war in Ukraine since 2014.
Yes.
So like there's a certain perception I see that people are like, oh yeah, this has been a year. No, it's been 7. It's been quite some time. A lot of fighting.
Yes. And of course, the whole thing is treated a bit differently over here and probably in the US. From what I'm hearing, the topic of Ukraine is slowing down in the US a bit
Depends.
when it comes to the general public.
Yes, very much so. Especially as we're starting to look at the presidential election more
Right.
and more for next year's election.
Because, like, how often is it mentioned? How often is the topic of Ukraine breached?
So far, it's effectively ended, except for Republicans trying to use it as a wedge issue. So there is a desire by Republicans to not send over additional resources.
Oh,
Um,
that's
so
bad because
they're going to campaign on it, I think.
Ukraine should get like 10 times more, to be honest. But
Yes.
like in Poland, it's very much an active topic. Like every day in the news, you like there's an update of what's happening. Like it's a topic that is basically discussed every single day in the media in Poland.
Yeah, and there's also like I'm probably the wrong person to ask because I'm a lot more keyed into military think tanks and military scholars, and that's still a topic of discussion for all of us, um, every day, all the time. But the general public is kind of falling by the wayside a bit. The only time it really comes up is they will announce new arms packages for Ukraine.
Oh, because like I saw Anastasia write on Twitter about a place being attacked and people dying and being hurt, right?
Yes,
And then I basically saw the story spoken about in the news, in the media, you know?
yes, and the United Kingdom is covering it pretty well too. The BBC and Sky News, but it is fun. And I don't watch American cable news. I detest most American cable news to begin with.
Hmm.
Um, but I do believe it's being covered on CNN.
Okay. Well, that is good. That is good indeed. I'm working on because I've taken part in a march from Pauline. Do you know what Pauline is?
No,
The Museum of Jewish History in Poland.
there are a couple different Holocaust organizations, aren't there, out of Poland?
Yeah, but there's this huge museum of Jewish history in Poland. It is called the Pauline Museum.
Let's pull that up. Hang on. No, Museum Poland.
Yeah, Pauline.
Polin.
Yes,
Okay. Eyes on the site of the former Warsaw Ghetto.
yes. It's a really wonderful place. It has a lot of events. It is a permanent display, which is really good. And it has a lot of scientific and other types of events going on. And it has a lovely restaurant inside of it. But the march started from Pauline, and we went from a monument to a monument of the ghetto. And each time there was a small prayer in both in Polish and in Hebrew. And each time a story of a single family was told, and then we would move on. And the march ended on the Umschlagplatz, where the Jewish people were taken to the death camps. And I've sort of filmed most of it on my phone, and I'm gonna work on giving, like, on creating subtitles to those stories and to that whole event, and I'm gonna be uploading in parts that march to YouTube as part of the series on the ghetto events.
Yeah, we have a number of Holocaust museums here in the United States. However, I do not believe. Yeah, I did not see, for example, the big one is in Washington, D.C., and I did not go to it when I was in D.C. back in 2002.
Right.
But when I get back out there, I'm definitely going to take a visit there.
Yeah. And I think it's like sort of really important to push against, like, against indifference. I think that is the biggest message from the whole thing. Not to be indifferent to evil, not to be indifferent to what's happening around us.
Yes, there is I think, a tendency, especially in American history, there's a tendency to forget that what happens around the world does affect us.
Yes, and of course, what happens in the U.S. heavily impacts what happens in, you know,
In Ukraine and
in other
a lot of countries where
countries.
we're partnered with. Uh, so there's it behooves us to learn each other's histories and learn each other's presence
Yes,
so that we understand one another and are on the same page when the time comes.
and that like we must come together in an international movement, especially since the far right is already doing it. The far right is a very international project, and it is time for the more left leaning progressive side to realize it and to start organizing on an international scale as well.
Yes, which has been attempted in the past and actually is a fairly interesting subject in and of itself.
Oh, there's a question. Is that part of the reason Russia claims to be defend descended from the Cossacks? Probably yes, because um, the there's a I was working on a whole video about the Zaporozhian Cossacks, who were of course part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, right? Like there's this misconception that the Cossacks rebelled. There were Cossacks uprisings. There is a big misconception that the Cossacks rebelled against Poland and Polish people. And the Cossacks rebelled against the nobles and the nobility because the Cossacks basically wanted to be elevated to the noble status, and the nobles refused to give them that status. And that is the core issue which caused the uprisings in the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth, which of course led to the Khmelnytsky uprising when the Cossacks asked actually Russia for help. You know, they asked to be sort of made servants to Russia. And then a big sort of tension moment happened when the Tsar met with the Cossacks and he he told them to swear loyalty to the Tsar. And they said, well, wait a minute. As we understand it, the king swears loyalty to us as well as we swear loyalty to the king, right? And the Tsar said, like, well, that's not exactly how it works over here, you know?
Yes.
And
Uh,
it sort of led to a desperate attempt at creating the Polish Lithuanian Ruthenian Commonwealth, the Commonwealth of the Free Nations, in which Ruthenia would be like Kingdom of Poland and the Duchy of Lithuania. It would be its sort of zone within the Commonwealth, and the Cossacks would become like the nobles. But that sort of thing came too late, too little, too late, you know. And Russia at that point, Russia directly intervened and did not allow it to happen. The whole idea died off. What is now Ukraine became split between Russia and the Commonwealth. Eastern and Western Ukraine. Western went to the Commonwealth, Eastern went to Russia, right?
yes.
And the Commonwealth became crippled basically at that point because the Cossacks were actually a huge force that complemented the other types of warriors in the Commonwealth.
Uh, Yeah, they were a fairly significant portion of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth's military
Yes.
and a fairly significant tradition in their military as well. I have a question here from Elfion. What steps might we take to practice left politics on an international level? Traditionally, that has been an effort to kind of and I think this is important, um, unify labor across international lines. Kind of get labor on the same page and the same objectives. These things fell apart pretty substantially when you had the First World War break out, for instance. Nationalism ended up being surging and kind of overwhelming the international system. But like starting to recognize, like I think, and starting to recognize that the interests of people who are working class tends to dominate much more readily than national interests is, I think, a good first step.
Yes. But I also think that on the level of us as sort of people who can organize support groups that are more internationally oriented, we can, for example, like for what happened with what President Sunday and Dimon Mama did for me, I consider
Yes.
to be this sort of international effort to sort of support my mom. And it can take shapes like one group of people or person that is able saying, if you live in a dangerous place, come here and we will take care of you. We will help you to find footing in this place that it's possibly safer than where you are right now. We can organize to secure a passage for you, maybe, help you find your way in this new area, right? Like international support groups. I think that is a big, big component.
Yes. To that end, I would also point out that we have in the Two Guys Talking History Discord, we have a section for mutual aid. That if you have someone who's in need, or you yourself are in need, if you could put it there so I can see it and I can spread it out and I can talk to people like Lucy and Sunday about it, about seeing if we can do something like similar to what we did for Lucy back in December. Her
Right.
mother needed assistance paying for private care.
Yeah.
So we can leverage our ability as content creators to work with through communities.
Yeah. And then, like, to put it into perspective, like, my mom needed right away rehab, right? Technically speaking, there is a free option, public option to get rehab for free. And today, mom called me and told me that she was today accepted for the free rehab and she can start it next month.
And she's already been in rehab for some time now, correct?
Yeah, but imagine if the fundraiser didn't happen, if I couldn't
Yes.
afford the private thing, and if her actual rehab started next month.
It's a considerable amount of time.
Like 5 months or if not doing the thing that she would not be walking right now, you know?
Right.
And because of what happened, she not only can walk, but she actually ran a bit recently. And everybody around is saying that it's like this miraculous recovery, that it's incredible. And it's because she received the rehab right away without delay. It's crucial, you know?
We can help one another. We can start
Yes,
to leverage our ability as a community. That I think is another really good first step, and probably the most
yes,
concrete step
yes.
is that we can be there for one another.
Solidarity, comrades, as Bluestone said. Yes, that's correct. You know, there's this nice, very interesting within Jewish culture thing. I'm gonna look it up on the wiki and see if that's like the. Are you familiar with the concept of kibbutz?
It's yeah, uh, the Jewish tradition, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
It's like an international community in Israel that was traditionally based on agriculture. The first kibbutz, like,
kind of a commune type system.
Yes, it's a system of self sufficient community that sort of grows its own food, gets people to fill certain roles that are needed within the community, you know?
Yes, please don't ever ask me to correctly pronounce Hebrew and Yiddish things off the top of my head. I'll fail miserably.
Right. And I think, but because there are some really nice things from the Jewish community historically that we could all learn from. Like, for example, in the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth, there was a much higher birth rate among Jewish people than among Christians, for example. Do you know why?
No, I'd have to look that one up.
I'm not sure if you'll find right away the answer to that. The answer is because the Jewish community took care of its poorest members and gave like shelter, gave some sort of housing, took care when it came to medical needs of the poorest members of the community, which of course meant that more children were being born because less children died, which meant that the birth rate became higher than among Christians, for example. It's the
Yeah, that makes sense.
it's the spirit of taking care of the most vulnerable and the poorest members of the community. And I think this is what we need to do.
Yeah, that's like this concept that we talked about. If you've watched our previous videos, I talked with Miss Emily Likens, who has done reproductive justice work in the United States for close on a decade, with this concept of working together and taking care of one another.
Yeah.
It's immensely important. However, we're coming up on a 2 hour mark, and I have to prep out of things. So, do you want to leave with any more thoughts about the ghetto uprising before we conclude this out? Then,
Yes. I think that many people, when they think about the Holocaust, they only think about the death camps. And it is extremely important for people to know about the ghetto, about how people lived in there, about the full story of the people that and their experience in the ghetto. And I think this is why I'm doing the whole series on it to sort of from from many different angles, like and like discussion like this one is part of it, like approaching the topic from different perspectives, from like the shorts that I've uploaded, the short descriptions of certain elements of the ghetto. I think it's
yeah, if
important
you have
to.
not checked it out, Lucy has been posting over the last couple weeks a number of shorts detailing different accounts out of the ghetto. They're very well done, and you should go take a look at them.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, one of them is has a quote from the professor that is now being attacked by the government.
All right. So I want. I
So
think it's
thank you.
important that we kind of highlight the extreme courage that it takes to stand up in these situations and to remember that. Um, but I'd also want to thank Lucy for having me on today,
Thank you for
here with
coming.
us today.
And I think we should do more organized history related stuff together.
We should absolutely. So I also want to thank everyone for showing up today and viewing. If you haven't subscribed to Lucy, subscribe. If you haven't subscribed to me, it would help me out too.
True. I'm
For
gonna
Two Guys
share
Talking
the.
History. And we have Lucy set up in the description of this video. If you haven't, go ahead, pop up in the description box and hit that. The other thing to keep in mind is we will be getting out our May schedule just as soon as me and Hetman sit down and figure it out. And I will be back later this evening on WIC TV to be debating the merits of gun control and the Second Amendment. I will post times for that in our Discord when I finalize them. And with that, I want to thank everybody and have a good day.
Thank you very much.
All right, I'm out.
Okay, I'm gonna disconnect you because you're
All right,
still
have a
on.
good one.
Bye bye.
All right, have a good one, Lucy. Bye.
Yeah, bye bye. Um, okay, while this is over, we're not done with the stream. Okay, we're not done with the stream. In a sling? What do you mean? So yes, we're not done with the stream quite yet. So now, as always, as per usual, I give the viewers ample choice. Oh my gosh, what happened? Oh, the phone just died. I give you ample of choice, as always. Oh, yeah, that's true. Do you want me to do a react, or would you like me to play some Resident Evil 2 by Claire, Scenario B? That is my question to you. Leon first, then Claire is always how I assumed it was meant to be played. This is how we're playing it right now, but we will be playing Claire and Leon as well. Essentially, we will be playing through the game 4 times to get the fullest experience possible. So, what do we what do we want? React or a Resident Evil? Also, thank you for the compliment on my voice. Actually, oh, we will find something. So, you might have not known, but I've been having some throat trouble for a bit now. And I've tried sprays and many things. And then I went to the doctor because it's been like over a month and I haven't been able to get rid of the discomfort of my throat. And it affected my speaking. It affected the way I acted on stream because I often had to do pauses, slow down, and couldn't really speak loudly. And now I'm on proper medication and on proper regimen. It's my third day And I can already feel myself getting better. So that's good. You know? That is good. Yeah, react. Hello, Alphion. So we would be reacting to a video. I have a I have a like a react that I wanna do. Okay. Actually, and this is a bit weird to say. This is a bit weird to say, but apparently because I've been lying down on the bed incorrectly, my head was too flat. I didn't actually use a pillow. I didn't think it was a big deal. I didn't think that lying flat when sleeping is with your head flat is a big deal. But apparently it caused some sort of a throat reflex to form. And so acid came up to my throat, and now I have to change up my diet for 2 weeks and take medication. And the doctor said I will be uh, and the doctor said I'll be able to cure it in 2 weeks, which is good. But I think you can already tell that I'm doing slightly better than recently. Okay, this is your choice. We can either do a check on Chud Logic and Lav, the horrible person Lav. Okay? Buried by real feminists and debate gone personal. Or we can play Resident Evil. Those are our choices. You know? Oh, true. Well, you shouldn't because it might cause a reflex. So you shouldn't Chud wellness check. But because it's a video related to Lav, it will probably just end up being a video with me criticizing Lav, you know? Are you familiar with Lav? Who that is? Are you familiar with this person? I unfortunately am very familiar with who this person is. I'm unfortunately very familiar. And it is sad. Very sad person. You know? Yes. It's the person that basically is the biggest contributor to Mr. Girl's article slash book on Destiny. And basically a compulsive liar. And a big transphobe as well, while we're at it. A giant bigot. Well, she's also a huge transphobe, a uh, like really she started making claims about destiny, which I call lies. I call lie on that. Like, she says that basically her and Destiny had a deal, an arrangement in which she would have to give him nude photos in exchange for airtime. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't really believe any of it. And if it was even remotely true, it would have found its way into Mr. Girl's article about Destiny, you know? So, what do we want? Do we want Chud Logic laugh video? Or do we want some relaxing horror with Resident Evil? Those are our two choices. So, which one are we doing? The chat is pretty quiet, but then again, it's not exactly the prime time of me streaming. We're actually streaming at a pretty unusual hour for my streams. But actually works out perfectly for me because later today I'll be going out. So no decision. Nobody's like nobody knows what they want. Nobody's decided on anything. All right, let's go. Keep in mind though, Chubb's logic is far better than Lav. Paul, that's true.
Welcome to the world of Street Fighter 3. Prepare for battle.
I'm gonna try to make a poll over here as well.
Well, I got the picture.
How do I make a poll? I don't know how to make a poll on the page. Chud. Tak is Chud. Okay? Okay, Chud logic it is. Let me see. The top one is Chud logic.
Engage.
It's okay. Let's go. Let's sort it out. Oh. Ka.
Alright, that's cool. Prepare to strike. Now.
Let's go with the Chud logic. Okay. It's like the new video.
That is awesome.
Girl.
Okay, the buffering is gonna make the game quieter. Now we're ready. Now we are ready to start. Because of course we're gonna have a game playing while we... True. How did you like our little talk, Karasu? Have you enjoyed our talk about... Well, it ended up not just being a talk about the ghetto. It ended up a very wide variety of topics. It ended up a very wide variety of topics. But I think that's good. I don't think discussions have to be always 100% structured, right? Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Okay, let's do this. Let's...
You are not a feminist, you're a victim.
That is so wild that DK is such a big part of this.
Oh my god. All roads lead to DK. What is DK? The editor, the awful editor, part of everything related to everything. Why? Oh my god. Also, what does it even mean? You're not a feminist, you're a victim. What does that mean?
Worst person. Nobody is going to take anything you say seriously. Ever. And literally there are feminist publications reaching out to me just because of the way that I'm treated in this space. Nobody in this space is ever going to take you seriously. Everything you say is laughed off. I'm a lady and I'm gonna laugh. I'm not. And I'm going to laugh at you, Booth. Do you know which way
What
feminist
the-
you are even? Do you know anything about this at all?
What planet is Lav on? Jesus Christ.
What do you think, Boots? What are we talking about? As long as the content's made about me, I can report until the cows come home. I can take your man's job from him. I have that power. I get
How do you ask an individual what wave of feminism are you?
Into the heat of battle. Go for it.
messages every day flooding my inbox of women being like, "You changed my life." I think
You broke it off with Connor.
Well, I'm not a.
Oh, Boots is going. Oh, Jesus.
You have basically no viewers when you're not talking about drama. This is your audience.
I have 600,000 followers on TikTok who wait for me hungrily.
Jesus Christ, you're so full of shit. It's unbelievable.
Why don't you do yourself a favor, be a real feminist, and dump your misogynist, chauvinist, fucking piece of shit boyfriend?
Black people aren't violent.
Interesting enough,
How racist that is. And then I dare you to
depending on what Love's needs, sometimes she is a helpless person that depends on Steven's clout to get out of sex work. That is what she said when talking to, I think, tomfoolery, that basically she tried to exchange one type of sex work to a different type of sex work that, like, I don't know, that she felt that she was doing sex work because she was forced to send nudes to Destiny for airtime. And now, suddenly, she has 600,000 followers on TikTok that are hungrily waiting. So which is it? Because, well, it cannot be both, okay? It cannot be both. It's either she has great audiences and great, reach, or she needed to trade one type of sex work for another. You know? She's not a feminist. You can be a feminist and anti-trans. True. That is true.
You say that to a black person's face, they'd beat the shit out of you. Right, how much do I need to watch before Lav comes in? Let's give it like another sort of. Let's watch it from here.
So it's ridiculous.
Context is-
That's why I told you that,
For some
like,
context, I went
Lav
to
is
talk
a,
about with Tom because I hate Lav being the loudest gender critical voice, and she heard her name and joined.
like, Lav is like a, oh no, another gender critical person, of course. But yeah, Lav is basically Lav is a compulsive liar. So I guess the title is false. It's not a real feminist. Lav is not being told by real feminists if, like, she's a gender critical, quote unquote.
And it wasn't about her. Oh, okay. Sure. So a lot of it is about gender stuff. Were you doing your turf talking points? Is that what it is? I'm just joking, by the way. I don't think Boost is a turf, okay? Just chill. To be clear of what the situation is, okay? Lav is obviously desperately grasping for any relevancy she can still get a foothold on in this.
Gender critical usually means
Oh,
TERF.
oh shit, I didn't fucking... Oh, fuck, I forgot to say on stream. This is so important. So remember, when I was
What?
with my husky, terrible voice, it was even worse than it is today. I was talking about Tom, and I was saying, like, God, Tom is being so defensive of Lavi and criticising Tom and all this other stuff, right? Wasn't I? Do you remember? I was being critical of Tom for all the Lav shit, right?
Sure.
Look what Zonya found.
You are. I'm saying it doesn't make sense to say that there's that just because she says she knew about the Anna situation, we can assume like everything that she knew. We can say all this, oh, well, she knew these specific things. I have no idea. And even on top of that, listen, I am insanely attracted.
Move on. Oh my god. Move on from tomfoolery.
I am more attracted to Anna and Lav because they're freaking crazy.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know what it is. I have no idea.
We don't need this.
No, I'm dead serious.
Okay, I don't care.
Oh,
I
Vincent,
can't-
Vincent, you were right.
Can't tell you what it is. It's just the way it works.
This is such a sad.
My brain freaking sees crazy chicks, and it's like, yes, that is dope, dude. That is awesome. Okay, I don't know.
Just why?
My point is that like I don't know that just like even if she sees Destiny and sees that like he has like this like somebody calling him an abuser, that it means that they wouldn't like pursue him. I think that even
Watch
if she,
his turn in his article.
yes, I mean my article. Yeah.
I see people in chat saying he's now saying it was a joke. Okay, interesting. But here's the thing. And I think that people really miss
Move on. Move on to interesting
the side, I guess.
things.
People that were
Or at least more interesting than this.
come to the same conclusion that she's wrong. But the whole issue, and the thing I was pointing out repeatedly, was that it's not just about disagreeing with her perception of it. It's as to whether or not she is accurately and honestly telling of her perception of it as it was at the time that it happened. Because everything and every piece of evidence points to the idea that Lav is not being honest. Oh, fuck me.
To translate this into, plain English, she's lying. There we go. I said it much faster. It took me less words. She's lying.
Listen, I'm recovering from a fucking chest infection, okay? Don't fucking start. But everything we've got points to the idea that she is not, in fact, being truthful and honest.
So she's lying.
Guys, it's my real voice. Hey guys, it's my real voice. This is what I sound like without all my audio things on.
Right?
I do need to be careful with that because I don't know if that will just fuck my voice up more. Okay, anyway.
Oh my
Right,
gosh.
come on, let's just get on with it.
And conforming to the standards of femininity, that because they don't fit to the standards of masculinity and they are rejecting that. So I will call them that. And I want
Sure.
them to be able to do that. I want this person to be totally comfortable doing this. But I want to be able to say that this is still a biological male.
I agree with this. Yes, of course. Yeah, and I don't think that there are people. I don't think most people who are.
Okay, I don't even know what's trying. I think that as long as you're not being malicious with it, as long as you're not like going up to someone who's a trans woman and going, "You're a biological male," just to remind you. Like, obviously, we don't need to be reminded of that every fucking day, right? That's like malicious and shitty to do. But I think having a conversation and recognizing, biology, as long as it's not done to like try and upset someone, is kind of fairly reasonable.
Biological male is a useless category. Like, women with XY chromosomes who, as the example that I give, can give birth are technically speaking biological males, TM. But what does that even, like, what's the significance of it at the end of the day? There's none. There's literally none. To a woman that has XY chromosomes but is built like a cis woman, can give birth like a cis woman, her being a biological male, TM, is basically a worthless distinction.
Right?
Are talking about what I'm talking about.
Is
are
that
trying to make it
transphobic?
to where
You know?
somebody is a biological female. That's definitely not what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to I'm trying to more so separate the words so that they are like succinct things, so that we are communicating succinct things and describing what it is that we're communicating instead of it being confusing. Because I do, like you said, like I think it is.
Lav is very malicious and misgendering Brianna Wu, but I think this is probably why, and obviously, the whole conversation, I'll link this if you want to watch the gender conversation, the gender bender stuff. Is that transphobic? God, I don't even know anymore what is and isn't. But
Maybe you're not as...
it's probably
Maybe you're not very smart if you don't know.
malicious in the way she talks about trans stuff, because there is absolutely a way that you can be gender critical without being like shitty about it, right? You can just have your perspectives and like not go up to a trans person and go, "Oi, show me your birth certificate, you fucking loser." Do you know what I mean?
It's obviously insanely valuable to be able to communicate sex at times, and there are tons of people who, especially trans activists, who think no, like we shouldn't really communicate sex. It doesn't really have value. We don't ever really need to talk about it. There's no difference between like transgender and transsexual.
It's just an excuse to be transphobic and hide under the veil of asking question. Cis het shut the quack up. My identity isn't up for debate. True.
Like they're exactly the same thing. Like I think that those people are crazy. That's not what I'm trying to do, and that's definitely not my intent.
Well, my concern is more so like trans women who are saying we are women and you are women, as in biological women, and we're all women fighting for the same things, and this is just not true.
Right. Of course.
Yeah.
There is no such thing as...
And
I mean, this is
There is no such thing as a biological woman. A woman is not a biological descriptor. Okay? Woman is not a biological descriptor. So there is no such thing as a biological woman. That's first of all. Second of all, biological sex is not as simplistic as people try to make it out to be. Okay? I've already given you the biggest example of women who have XY chromosomes.
this is just okay. I'm getting into the gender stuff now. I don't want to. Fucking, there's so much gender shit going on. Okay, but this is just obviously observably true, right? Obviously, cisgender biological women are not wanting to gain access to women's changing rooms because they already can go in there, right? Like no one is saying, "Oh, a biological cis woman can't go into a woman's changing."
There is no such thing as a biological woman.
Okay, that's not bannable to say.
At best, you can say biological female, but not biological woman.
Against the idea of a trans person being able to use the, facilities of the gender they identify with. Like, it all comes down to presentation and effort into passing and stuff. Obviously, it's complicated, and there's some people that want to pass that can't. But obviously, if you've got some fucking trans woman, I'm not going to get banned, don't worry. But if you've got like a trans woman that's got a full beard and like looks like a fella, like
What if you have a cis woman that has a full beard and looks like a quote unquote fella? Should that cis woman be banned from a bathroom? You do know that there are cis women with facial hair. Like, I hope that's not a thing that is lost on anyone. God. The worst thing about the so-called gender debate is that it's done by the most illiterate people. Like Chad Logic here, like this woman here. Like, come on. It's all feels over reels.
Another woman being like, okay, hang on a minute, that's a bit much, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's fair enough to be at least, at the very least, cynical or skeptical about that.
It really bothers
Like,
me
it's basic
to speak up about stuff like this.
that if it's fair enough to be skeptical and like it feels over reels.
And like that when talking about feminist issues.
Oh, look,
and
Femoy's
talking
in
about
chat.
her, and
I just made 15k
like,
off of DK this month. Oh, fuck, I missed it again. True, I just made 15k off of DK this month. Honestly, that sounds, I've got to be honest with you, that sounds like counter cope over the fact that DK and I have sometimes mentioned, you know, the financial situation our end.
It's me that when I speak up about stuff like this, I'm called a TERF, and like that when talking about feminist issues and talking about issues that women have, and like when it comes to changing rooms and all of this shit, like, you know, there's a billion things. That like we're being told that we're not allowed to speak about it because it's bigoted. But there's not a single gender critical feminist that I know that is not willing to say, or is not totally like of the belief that we want to dissolve these like norms and stereotypes and expectations and all this shit.
So I don't know much about TERFs. Is there like, are
I'm
there?
not a TERF.
I'm not saying you're a TERF, but obviously
You are a TERF.
trans activists would consider exclusionary. So is there another type of exclusion that you would say the word TERF is actually applicable to, or do you think the word TERF is just kind of invaluable all the way around?
I mean, I think it's really stupid. It's a dumb word. Like, they should have come up with something better, because the people who are actual radical
It is not.
are not trans exclusionary. Like, that's not. You can just say like people who are gender critical.
No.
People like J.K. Rowling or people like Lav, or I don't know.
Just because you don't like a word, it doesn't mean that, you know.
She's been reading more now, so maybe she's actually becoming a feminist.
So to me, TERF means a radical feminist who wants
Hello.
to completely remove or like not include trans women whatsoever. So that would be someone who's like, biology is absolute, and you know, a trans.
True.
I don't know what Boots' position are, but I presume that if you've got a trans woman that's put some effort into passing, I can't imagine Boots would particularly mind them being in the same changing room as them. Whereas, you know, if it's like
Ridiculous.
no, but I'm thinking like from a woman's perspective, because obviously, you know, TERFs have got weird shit they say about trans men, but obviously they're concerned with trans women entering their spaces, right? But to me, TERF it should be reserved for someone who is like more extreme in their views, I would say. But then I don't know what Boots' positions are, but
Feminist.
anyway,
I have no idea.
come on, no more gender stuff.
Yeah, I don't know a single like feminist person who just rejects all trans people as like, I don't know what, it's like gender traitors for like women who decide that the pressures of femininity are too hard, so they conform to masculine. I don't know any feminists who would reject that instead of understanding it.
So do you think that Lav actually identifying with the word TERF is going to be like harmful for other feminists?
I think that honestly everything that Lav does online is pretty harmful. It just becomes a parody of all of the ideas that she's trying to represent, because she's like read the wikis and like falls into the stereotypes without having anything to back them up. So yes, I feel like she is
Some dram for later.
gonna hurt this.
No, I think she represents the movements pretty well.
Time when I feel like it's really
it's a good time to step in and be like, hey, you know, all this shit that this ideology that has been pushed on us, like maybe this is not the way that we want to go.
No, I'll be honest. I'm gonna be honest here. This person is incorrect. The only thing that Lav is more mask off. This person is basically advocating for more mask on optics. That is all. What this lady here is saying is people like Lav are making us look bad. We should apply better optics about these things. That is what the person is saying. Your ideology is basically the same. It's just that Lav is much worse at presenting herself well about it. That's it. That is my judgment of the situation. But ideologically speaking, there's not much difference between them. Outside of optics. You know? What do you think? Do you agree with my assessment of the situation? Well, yeah, you're starting to look unhinged in their bigotry. They forgot the mask. True. Even Normie is starting to realize the right are unhinged. True.
A little bit too far. And I feel like she's like the worst person to step in and be like, you're right, and this is what we should think. It's like, the best thing that she could do for women would be to like totally stay out.
I feel okay. Am I right? I can't get off this gender. I mean, obviously I talk about it. I like talking about gender. Okay, listen.
Cute.
Listen, I'm a recovering TRA. Now, I was never a TRA, but I definitely look back with regret at some of my takes that I've had for sure. I'm trying to do the right thing now. I'm trying to protect women. Okay, but I'm pretty sure that like 10 years ago, it wasn't like as much of a discussion. I think that if a trans woman, right? If a trans woman looked like enough like a woman and went into a woman's locker room, I don't think people are going to be looking for their dick or something. They're just going to like, just kind of be like chill with it, right? I feel like it's the extreme push that we've had to endlessly affirm and say that like anyone that identifies as a woman is a woman and can go into the women's changing rooms. I feel like that is what is.
That is a puddle deep analysis of the situation. What of cis women that don't present perfectly to the standard of a woman? Do you know that cis women are starting to get harassed in bathrooms? Did you know that? There are instances of cis women literally being harassed in bathrooms by the so-called gender criticals. It's happening. So, yeah. This whole analysis, quote unquote, about it being about affirmation is puddle deep. Just got here. Chad isn't healing as good as Lucy somehow. True. Chad Logic's also a turf transphobe here. True. Like, they attacked Daniel Radcliffe's cis girlfriend, calling her trans. Like, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna repeat it again. This lady only hates Lav because she's less mask on. She's more mask off than this one is. Yeah, I will call her a turf. Like, being more polite about your hateful views does not make you less of a bigot. You know? Nope, actually, bathrooms bills appeared due conservatives, Republicans, scaremongering the US first. Yeah. Like, come on. I know that some people are really in the weird mindset of, oh, this person is polite about her horrible views. But ideologically, this person and Lav are basically the same.
Brought about some of the ire that is at the extremity of the conversation. Not necessarily And unfortunately now it's like blown back onto just like regular passing trans people. But it feels like this push to
Regular passing trans
the
people.
idea that, hey, not everyone can pass, so don't be too harsh. But now it's like people can make like no effort whatsoever and just be like, all right, imagine me. Right, so imagine, let's make it about me, okay?
You make everything about you.
Tomorrow, I'm like, right, guys, I'm a trans woman now, okay? Looking like this. I make no changes whatsoever, right? And I'm like, right, I'm a trans woman, okay? Where's the women's locker rooms at? And I'm just walking in. And if anyone complains, just like, don't be transphobic, I'm a trans woman, identify as one. That, I think,
And how many people actually do this? How many people actually enact this imaginary scenario? Right? That is the real question. Like, we cannot live in a world full of imaginary scenarios forever and never, like, engage with reality as it actually happens. Because we can make up the most outrageous, like, hypotheticals, but it doesn't make them true. You know?
thank you for the sub. That, I think, is what is the cause of some of this blowback. Because I don't recall that 10 years ago it was such a big deal of this conversation about being able to go into the women's changing rooms for a trans person. Because back 10 years ago, most trans people were transitioning to one degree or another and were pursuing looking like a woman. So that was kind of less obvious when they were going into the room. But now it's, you know, more extreme presentations. Will,
Again, what about cis women that don't have a traditionally feminine presentation? This is like really ridiculous. Yes, I thought I'd be criticizing Lav more here, but yes, Chad Logic is giving me a lot to criticize as well.
what are you doing here, mate? You left the Discord in shame because you couldn't handle getting bullied by people. And now here you are on my chat. I thought you were leaving the space, mate. What happened to that? Anyway, I see you doing another IRL stream tomorrow. Bitch lesbian, are you talking about yourself again? Anyway, listen, I don't...
Like, come on.
Okay, because I've got actual content to deliver to my viewers, okay? So you need to learn something about...
Like, you know what is saddest about all this? Like, humanity keeps getting itself stuck in those idiotic discussions. You know? Lucy, those cis women are not making enough effort to pass. Therefore, pushback is needed. Like, for a real reminder, in the 80th century, and it does give perspective, okay? In the 80th and even at the start of the 19th century, there was a debate on whether or not women were people, if women were human, okay? And you know, it sounds ridiculous now, but you know what? It was considered a reasonable and perfectly intellectual discussion back then, okay? Just like the ridiculous discussions of today are also considered intellectual and reasonable. In the 19th century, when it comes to sex work, intellectual thinkers of their time were speculating on the biological nature of women becoming prostitutes. And now, humanity has found a new ground for ridiculous discussions to have and treat them as totally fine. As long as you're polite about being horrible, it's all fine. It's just intellectual inquiry. It's all good, right? Who cares that it's about people's lives? Nobody cares. You know? Who cares about that, right? That you're affecting human lives, that you're spreading ridiculous theories that sort of ruin people's lives, you know?
Oh, number one is delivering content. Number two is having viewers. Okay. Anyway, let's get back on track.
Yeah, I think she feels the same way about lots of other feminists right now, though. Okay, so when
Drifting Through Dreams, 3-month sub. Thank you so much. Okay, I believe you're ideologically somewhere on the right based on my memory.
I also have no idea why Chad Logic is so obsessed with Will and his channel. I have no clue. I don't understand weird obsession of Chad Logic with Will and his channel.
For your chat comments, you're welcome here. This is your safe space.
when I
Right.
you said that like you felt like she was really badly like representing everybody else. Was there anything else that you felt like was misrepresentation?
Fuck, I talked about this the other day in a VC, and I couldn't pick out exact things that she said.
Yeah, that may be the case,
The way that she
but I still don't understand Chad Logic's weird obsession with him.
is
Nonetheless.
like gendered pressures. She always refers to herself and says that there is no internal sense to me of being a woman. When that's not the problem. Like no woman has to feel or not feel like a woman. No man has to feel like a woman is lesser than or like anything like that. That's the whole thing with like systemic issues. It's no man has to necessarily
Thank you
think
for the
that a
sub.
woman is there to be an object to him. But still a woman is most valuable when she is sexually attractive or doing something for him. So it's not about her own identity. And I think this is like, that's what kind of pulls me towards her being in like the liberal turfy side, rather than like offering any sort of systemic critique. And yeah, that's totally fine, Tom.
Oh, Tom, getting the content going. There we
Last time I
go.
talked to Lav, she basically told me that because I defended my partner on certain things, that I
Yeah.
was an abuse victim.
Understandable.
And repeatedly told me that I
What?
sounded hot and that she wanted me in hers and Connor's bed. So, just warning you.
What? Was that the call that I didn't hear? Was that part that wasn't recorded?
Yeah.
Okay.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I messaged her and told her she can. Or she,
Let's go. Woo.
Yeah. That is understandable.
there she is.
Let me make it really clear that there's a distinction between gender critical and radical feminists. So, gender criticals are often known as just like homophobic bigots who want, think that basically believe in biological essentialism. And radical feminists are gender abolitionists for the most part.
Lav is a biological essentialist, so there we go. Unless she just doesn't believe in any of the crap that she says, okay? Both of them are basically biological essentialists, interestingly enough. Don't care. Did you know that I'm close to being 30 days on HRT? Did you know this about me? I'm going hard on the HRT. Okay, this calls for a different, this video calls for a different game because Street Fighter will just not cut it. For this, we need the Punisher. Street Fighter just doesn't cut it, okay? Radical feminists are gender abolitionists for the most part. Yeah, she just says stuff. That's true. Lesbians overall do support trans rights. Yeah, I've started very recently. You didn't know that I started recently? Did you not know? Yeah, about 30 days. Yeah. Give or take. Take a blocker and I take a hormone. It's true. I'm so glad for Chad Logic that he can be freely a transphobe and truly be himself without caring about those pesky lefties, right? Jesus. Jesus.
And then also, I don't want to get too personal, but this idea that I'm somehow ruining feminism when you were when you were dating a man who has posted photos of me without makeup to harass me. Girl, you are not a feminist. You're a victim. You're.
What does that
What
mean?
is the connection there? What is the connection there? What is DK's actions? I suppose
Wait.
against Lav got to do.
Wait.
Boots is dating DK.
This person is dating DK. This feminist is dating DK. The horrible bigot DK. Is this for real? Also, thank you very much. I'm starting to see some nice. My hair is getting nicer, and I'm happy about that. Like, okay, that's a new piece of information. A feminist dating DK. Now I've seen it all, okay? Oh, come on, that feels like a parody. That's a joke, right? A feminist dating DK, the infamous Nazi child logic editor? Is that a joke? This has got to be a joke. I refuse to believe this is serious. Like, oh my god. I guess there have to be trolling. I don't know what's happening. Like, I guess my analysis about this person was basically correct.
She can't criticize Lav on feminism because DK did something bad one time or a couple of times, or let's be honest, more than a couple of times. That's just wild, though. What the fuck has DK got to do with this?
You're a victim.
I
Get
couldn't
out.
tell.
See a therapist.
I mean, if you actually want to talk about this, like
$15,000 off me this month. Tell him to.
Yeah, apparently calling someone ugly is anti-feminist. I wonder if Lav has ever done something similar. I mean, true.
Use some of that money to get you a therapist, babe.
I don't know why you're attacking me instead of like.
You
Like,
just
what?
attacked me. Oh, I don't know why.
No.
I can believe you, but I don't know why you're attacking me because you attacked me, retard. I can do
Hold
what
on,
the fuck
Lav,
I
No.
want.
So
let her
you're
respond.
attacking
Hold
me
on, hold
based
on.
on
Let her
my
respond.
partner
Wow.
versus like
Isn't
me
that
saying that
weird?
the ideas that you are
Oh
professing.
my god,
are
that's
bad.
so weird. It's almost like your partner has literally tweeted at my boyfriend.
She's doing it again.
What's happening?
What I can tell, quite a direct criticism of Lav, but a passing one. It's.
Well, she
I
is.
think that what Boots is saying is,
Chud Nation.
thank you.
The
Oh my
emotes are
god.
worth it.
You're such a little rat, Will. You're such a little fucking rat. I do not thank you for that sub, okay? I opposite of thank you for that sub. You're just a dirty little rat trying to get your foot back in the door. I thought you were leaving this space.
Jesus, again with Will? Couldn't DK, the great editor, edit this part out? What the hell? Will and his channel. Oh my god. Why do I have to listen about your obsession over Will and his channel? Why? I have to change my position. Like, oh my god. Well, this situation has gotten really ridiculous real fast. With the whole dating of DK. Oh my god. The bastion of feminism.
Now you give me money. Give me a fucking break. Okay, anyway. Stop fucking distracting me, okay? So, from what I can tell, it seems like Boots gave just a direct criticism.
Boots.
You know, not with any sort of malice or any sort. It was literally just, you know, I'm paraphrasing. I don't think Lav really does a good job of representing the gender critical side or something like that. I think that basically is what Boots said. And now she's like going super hard on the personal attack on Boots. Now look, I don't mind a bit of shit talking. And if there's like something she wants to bring to the table of Boots.
Yeah, what a lovely group of people, right?
In a conversation, isn't it a bit ironic that in a conversation about feminism, essentially, we're bringing up the actions of the man? Isn't that like the opposite?
Get bullied, drag.
Like, thank you very much for the sub. Isn't one of the big criticisms of feminism of society that women's actions are often framed around the actions of a man they're associated with, and they're not able to stand on their own feet and their own views and stuff like that? And it's always associated to the man. Isn't it wild that Lav is going and doing exactly that?
To Chud Nation.
Imagine being a retard simp for Lav like Will.
Thank you for the sub, appreciate it. Chud copying your take. I mean, mate, it's a very obvious take. It's like, you know, it's not a particularly novel take, I know. But it's like, that is like such an obvious take that surely it would be right. Women get a chance to talk, okay? Maybe they're going to talk about the disagreements. No, Lav is going to try and like, you know, have a go at Boots because of something that DK did. Hey, thanks for the bit, Smokers. We need one more sub and I'll
I don't know. I do think that a self-proclaimed feminist
Dude, you're so,
being
so dishonest. You've been dishonest this whole time. You are a turf.
in a relationship,
Say it with your
Are
whole
you using
chest.
turf as an
like being in a relationship with a horrible bigot. I don't know. Also, yes, Boots here is a turf.
insult now? I don't understand.
No, you are a turf. You're just being dishonest. You're being disingenuous. Say it with your chest.
It's disingenuous. But no, I'm not a turf. I'm not. Like, I don't exclude trans people. I don't mind if trans people
Do you think
exist.
do you think trans women are women?
No.
There you go.
Turf, babe. You're being
Oh, wow.
like you're
Okay,
being
I'm so glad
dishonest.
that you figured it out, Lav. You've like
Wait, hang on a sec.
I mean, yeah, I'm sorry. Lav, as horrible as she is correct in this instance. Yes, that person is a turf. The argument that this person is employing is on the level of I'm not a transphobe. I'm not scared of trans people. How can I be a transphobe if I'm not afraid of trans people? Like, this is the same level of logic. How can I be a turf if I don't exclude trans people from existing? I just don't accept them as the gender that they identify as. But does that make me a trans exclusionary radical feminist? I think not. I don't exclude. They can exist. Ridiculous. I'm sorry. This is ridiculous. What a wonderful group of people indeed. Not the smartest either.
Hang on a minute, right? There are dudes who despise women who would say that, like right-wing guys that would say that, you know, trans women aren't women. Are they turfs now? Because that doesn't seem to be a very good way of checking whether someone's a turf, because I don't think they're feminists. I gotta be honest with you guys. Hey, thank you, Malkaz. I gotta appreciate the bits. I gotta be honest with you. I'm not sure if Ben Shapiro or Matt Walsh, I'm not sure if I can say.
Yeah, Chad logic. Great logic. Except this person does claim to be a feminist and does exclude trans people. Because excluding trans people does not mean that you don't accept that they exist. It means that you can accept that they exist and exclude them. Yes. So your argument is like empty. This person does claim to be a feminist.
Consider them to be turfs maybe someone can point out where the radical feminism is in Ben Shapiro's views, but I'm not seeing it.
Totally define TERF. If you say that trans women
Trans
are not women,
exclusionary is synonymous with male exclusionary radical feminism.
okay, then
That's
call
what
it
it
a
means.
MRF, but you called me a TERF.
That's what that is. So you don't think? Okay, so you include trans men
Welcome to Chunk Nation.
Thank you, Malkaz.
Yes.
because they're female. Okay, you're a
As
TERF.
should you.
Yes, I'm a TERF. I don't know
But-
why you're scared of
But
it.
that's not trans exclude. I'm not scared of it. It's just inaccurate. Like I
I'm
want
not-
a more accurate
What do you
description
think
of
my
what I am.
feelings towards trans people are? What do you think my feelings towards trans people are? Do you think I hate them?
So I genuinely feel that you resent them for taking things that you have hated about yourself growing up and turning them into a parody. That's, I mean, you've said as much. So
Okay,
like
that's
you,
wonderful. But
sorry,
how
are
do
we
I
in
make
angry mode? Should I be
money?
trolling?
Malkaz, appreciate you.
Yeah, I'm trying to parse whether or not this is genuine because it's so fucking stupid.
Well, you came in really hot. When I was
Yeah,
talking
of course
about you,
I did. That's what I'm known for, baby. You're obsessed with me. Get with the program, baby.
I'm not obsessed. Like I haven't even really talked about you except when prompted. So I don't know why you.
sorry.
What a crowd.
I'm sure I'm a household.
Okay,
name
we're
in the
not the
crowd.
same person. You're really not, and it's very like, it's really telling that you
Is it
feel
is
that.
it very feminist to wish that a woman kills herself after she gets doxxed? Is that very
Well,
feminist?
okay,
Food?
so Lav, I don't think she even considers you a TERF. I think that she does.
What? Why? That is so wild.
What a pathetic crowd.
That is so wild that DK is such a big part of this. Like, I mean, maybe obviously, in fairness, I've not watched the conversation, but it seems like this is a conversation between Boots and Tom about gender. I don't know if like this is necessarily about DK or it's quite obvious what's happening.
A conversation that not of those people are equipped to have.
Got an axe to grind. So funnily enough, she's actually doing the thing that Kevils did at TwitchCon, where she's using Boots as a kind of an avatar of DK to attack, rather than deal with the problem with DK directly or whatever she wants to do. It's kind of crazy for a so-called feminist to do this.
Doesn't think that like anybody's
I am a
really a
TERF.
TERF. Right, but you're using what she's saying when she says like, well,
This
I'm
was
not
me.
a
This
TERF.
was
You're
me 6
using
months
the
ago.
way she's talking about it against her when she's saying you're not even a TERF.
I
Okay.
was you 6 months ago, and you've been
Yeah.
reading about this on Wikipedia for the past 3 months.
Yeah, Wikipedia. That's where I've been fucking reading. Also, plug. I'm making a video essay.
Leave
It's
it a
coming
bit.
out in a week and a half. Stay tuned.
Love
You're
is
gonna want to go
awesome.
over it, Tom. You're gonna love it. It's gonna completely decimate my career. I'm not gonna show my face anywhere else ever again. Music career over. I'm coming
Well,
out.
what's
as a
going to
TERF.
happen to my career? My career is dependent on you being freaking crazy all the time.
No. This is gonna be big because I'm gonna have my first work. I'm gonna have like my first thing out. I'm not just gonna be like a personality. I'm gonna have like a thing.
Oh my god, those people are the worst. Okay. Like, I don't think cis people cannot discuss gender, but at least be equipped to do it. You know? Like, come on.
It's gonna be sick. No one's gonna know what the fuck to do. But no, it's more. Of course,
I mean, listen, I don't like to make predictions on things that are so out of my control. Okay.
But you
I've
will.
got to be real with you. I'm a bit skeptical about that. Do you remember the Patreon video that she used as the evidence that she was going to be a sex journalist from now on? And it was like, oh yeah, I've got these. They were like Patreons waiting, $4,000 worth approximately of Patreons waiting for this pussy steaming video that I don't think ever transpired. But we'll see.
Nice.
We'll see what
Thank you.
I've read the wikis. But I've read a little more than the wikis. I've consumed a little more content.
Content.
So what you were talking about earlier with performativity, you were talking about Judith Butler's performativity theory. Do you know what that is?
I consumed more content. It's all content for those people.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
It's that okay. So performative language, the initial performative language is when a child is born and the doctor says it's a boy or it's a girl. This is what like creates this standard by which we feel like we have to conform to.
No.
And
So Judith Butler is a modernist, post-structuralism, gender queer theorist. Okay, and
She's saying like
basically
performing acts.
performativity theory means that
I love
reality
that I literally just said what performative language is.
No,
that is, that is how she
I'm
defines
explaining-
performative language, and
I
you tell
haven't
me I'm
even
wrong.
said what the performativity theory
What
is.
wonderful
I don't
feminists.
even know what this is about. This is a bit beyond my pay grade, okay?
Oh my god.
But I'm guessing that the point is
Child
that
logic.
we create our own
Embarrassing.
reality with the language we use about stuff, and that example seemed to be by saying this is a girl, then that becomes a girl, and we've created that reality. And the queer post-structuralist stuff would challenge that and say that just because we say something is doesn't mean it needs to be. Is that it? Is that what it is? I don't fucking know any of this shit. So
Relax.
who knows?
So what,
But I did, and you
what,
told me I
Butler,
was wrong.
what Butler says is that words determine our reality.
to Chud
So that now physiology, the sex body, is meaningless.
Yes, that's exactly what I got from what Boots said. Yes, that's what I just fucking said as well. I understood perfectly what the concept is. I feel, by what Boots just said.
It's not real. The only thing that is real is the words, the socialization, which you have made an argument for, Tom. But
That's what Boots just fucking said. Boots just said that when she made the example of in the hospital. We're creating reality out of the words that we use.
She's talking about the categorization, yes.
yeah, but so that's post-structuralism, postmodernist. It's meaningless. It means that it's philosophy, jingle.
It's not
I
meaningless.
think that Judith Butler calls themselves a non-binary now, but I think that they've since gone back. I have no fucking clue. But what I think is more compelling is Simone de Beauvoir's definition of all of this, which is basically that one is not. It's the open.
How is she just like? I can understand disagreeing and taking issue with it and wanting to talk about some underlying.
True. We do know that Chad Logic does not know any of it.
Yeah, it's all of the bullshit. Like, what are you basing that on? What?
That's what I said. At least be equipped to have the conversation, right?
Surely, yeah, we do create meaning and truth in our world through the language we use and how we assign things and stuff like that.
Opening line that one is not born a woman, one becomes one, and I think that is extremely compelling. So when we talk about gender, Tom, you really give merit to gender the philosophy or gender the performance. You think that should be what reality is, and it's not.
He never said that he thinks that's what reality should be.
He talked about this before.
Yes, but again, when we talked about it, I was saying that I'm not being prescriptive. I'm not saying this is what it should be.
Okay, then
I'm
you
just
say-
describing
then Tom-
what is
Yeah.
communicated with the word. Yes, I.
What is real reality is a narrowly understood biological essentialism, right? It's sex as understood before it was widely recognized that sex is a bimodal distribution of traits. Pretty pathetic.
Nothing. I'm literally
I'm
saying
letting you cook,
that
and
this
you're
is.
just boiling water, Thomas.
Yes, no, I am saying nothing. And I try my best to be clear with that. That I am saying nothing. I'm
Then
not
how are
pushing
you
an idea.
debating someone while saying nothing, Tom?
We're not debating. I came on here to talk to him because I feel like you have made a very you were making all of this about yourself when you're talking about
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Let her
well,
finish,
you've
and then
come
you
on
can find
here
out what she's talking
and
about.
made it about yourself again. So I'm sure that you understand. You regularly make it about yourself.
It's all about me, baby.
I feel like what you are saying is based on words that you've heard other people say rather than something that you truly believe.
Ooh.
You might feel like you believe it, and I feel like you actually do think that you believe a lot of the things that you say at any given time, but we all know that that's likely to change, as it has.
What's psychoanalysis?
So I feel like you don't have as good of an
Okay.
understanding as you think you do.
Baby, you're doing a really bad job of trying to not
Baby.
make this about me. I'll be honest. I love the attention. I love what you're doing. I love your work. But if this is the opposite of what you want, then I don't think that we should
Then
go.
you
here.
didn't have to join.
I don't think.
I know, because you wanted
Well,
to make it about you.
Hold on.
No,
if
I
she's
wanted
coming
you
on to
to-
hold on, wait. If she's coming on,
I don't think this person
about yourself, she obviously
knows much more.
about you making it about yourself, right?
This person is simply more polite about her beliefs. That's it.
Okay, wait. Hold on. It was about me for about 5 minutes. Now we're talking about gender. I think that Boots has been very inarticulate.
I think it's
Both
dishonesty,
you guys are saying nothing at each other.
childhood.
Disagree.
I think it's dishonesty on their part.
Just because you don't understand what we're saying. There's nothing that we disagree on substantively.
You're saying. Okay, so why did you call us a fucking?
And in Chad Logic's case, it seems just to be just stupidity, to be honest.
Just the way I put
was
debates
twin-
all day on my title because I was like everybody calling in or debating me, but she's not. Hers is different. I just didn't change my title.
I was swindled.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
Who
so
told
then
you it
listen
was
to
a
what
debate?
actually happens rather than like what you expect to happen in a conversation. And instead
Well,
of coming in
listen,
here like
I was
super
having a
hot
grand time.
and
I was
talking
having
about
a
my fucking
grand
partner
time,
for no
and then you
reason when
brought
I haven't
me
even
up.
put him up.
You brought me up. You made a personal
Yes.
statement, you fucking weirdo.
Because you are the only person who is going into people's chats and talking about gender critical issues. And like you are not a good representative, and I'm not a good representative.
I'm a
Honestly, I'm
great
not well spoken.
representative. I
I'm
don't know
not
what
good
the
at
fuck
representing
you're
my
talking
ideas,
about.
but you are so hated for
It's not just about being well spoken.
nobody is gonna take any fucking thing you
It's not about being well spoken. Your ideas are horrible. Your ideas are not well. Like, your ideas are basically illiterate. I'm sorry. They're not based in any real academic reality. It's based on your narrow biological essentialism combined with your feels on how things should be. That is it. That is what the gender critical movement is all about. Biological essentialism combined with feels. Oh. Maybe. You also need a proper blocker.
say seriously ever. Nobody in this space is ever gonna take you seriously. Everything you say is laughed off.
Bear in mind as well that Lav is trying to, well, I don't know how successful she's been, but she is on Twitter trying to get herself in with the gender critical community. She's put tweets out where she's been like, hey, gender critical people, reach out. She's trying to go off to the next community to leech off of. But then she realized she hasn't quite leached enough out of this, so she's still holding on for dear life, going on whatever show will have her to spout whatever bullshit she wants to spout.
And it always will be. Please learn this. You can stop talking about shit that you think that you care about because, like, nobody will ever listen to you. You're making people like me sound fucking retarded for believing similar shit that you do.
You are retarded. You are retarded, Boots. It does.
True.
I'm retarded because I'm dating somebody who you don't like, right? That's why.
No,
I'm
because
retarded?
right now you're just fucking screeching. You're trying to make me
I'm
feel bad for saying that
screeching?
nobody will take
Wait,
me
what?
seriously.
You're gonna
I
use
have
gendered
actual
insults
feminists
at me?
reaching out to me. I'm writing actual essays for publications. I'm doing actual.
You're
Lol.
not writing anything for publication.
This is so pathetic.
Wait, this is actually going to
Please
be
send it over to me. Please, please. I'd
No,
love to
this is
read
actually hilarious because I think that in this little Twitch poll world where
It's so fun. Like, unless I've missed something, and admittedly, I've not watched all of Boots' conversation. I've only seen like the, 7 minutes or so prior to the Lav coming on. And obviously, yes, of course, I've got a bias towards Boots. Obviously,
I wonder why.
I'm just trying to take a step back from that. And obviously, I don't like Lav, but Boots has been pretty chill, and I think that Lav was brought up.
See, it's about politeness.
Like, Boots made a comment about not liking Lav being a representative, but I don't think that she really dwelled on it. And it seems like the broader conversation has been
It's about being chill.
critical stuff. So I don't know. I mean, the only person screeching here is Lav. Tom's pretty chill. Boots is pretty chill.
everyone is like sucking each other's dicks and you get to be the incel queen, DK's incel queen. I don't think that you realize that outside of this space, people think
I'm a
this is so
I'm a beginner
disgusting. And
myself.
publications reaching out to me just because of the way that I'm treated in this space, genuinely. So in the next couple months, it's
Wow,
actually going
congrats.
to be. It's actually going. I really can't wait to see the look on your face.
Okay,
I
well,
do.
listen, we'll wait and see. I await all these essays
can-
that are going to come out in feminist literature.
I can tell you what mine is. Mine is. Oh my gosh. A thing fell down for me. I use a thing called Androcore. Yeah, I am curious as well about those publications. Like this is a collection of horrible people.
About how Lavloon is getting treated by the Twitch poll debate space. We'll see. We'll wait and see, I guess.
Start bossing up. We're back, baby. We are so back, baby. And you're gonna fall into
Maybe.
obscurity with your dumb little fucking boyfriend. And you're
I'm
gonna cry.
already in
and I'm gonna
obscurity.
laugh.
I'm not.
And I'm
not
gonna
a streamer.
laugh at you, Boots. I'm gonna laugh at you.
Wait, hang on. What? I don't know. Boots is not someone who's trying to. I don't think they've. What? I mean, listen. I don't think Boots is like not obscure. You know. I mean, to be honest with you, in order for people to understand who Boots is or what the relevance is, like this is obviously being misogynistic, but you would probably need to say DK's girlfriend, because Boots hasn't got a presence, you know, in and of herself, and in terms of the broader space, and on top of that as well. And the thing is, people often say that's like misogynistic or something, and the thing in reality is though, who was it the other day? Oh, Shoe on Head. It was like Shoe on Head's boyfriend, because Shoe on Head is the one that's more prominent. So it even works in reverse when the woman's more prominent. So often it does come down, I think nowadays, to who is the more prominent person in the partnership, of which way that association goes. But yeah.
Great.
DK's my editor, and he's managed to carve out.
Definitely no conflict of interest there, by the way.
Notoriety in this space.
Chud Nation.
I mean,
proves the Rasputin theory.
Honestly, in terms of like notoriety for presence, it's crazy how much DK's managed to achieve. And then yeah, obviously Boots is DK's partner.
No conflict of interest at all.
Anyway, listen, I'm praying for the day, one day soon, hopefully, that people are going to associate DK with some of the more unsavory characters that I know he's been working with recently. So rather than it being, oh, Chud Logic's editors popping off again, it'll be, you know, oh, blank right winger editors popping off again, and I'll be like, thank God for that, you know.
I don't know why you would do that when I'm just coming on to defend ideas that you say that you agree with.
Dude, you have a half-baked idea. You are saying that my ideas are regurgitated from Wikipedia or from other people. I don't know how the fuck else you gain knowledge besides reading other people's words or or going to people's seminars or watching people.
Oh no, I do a lot of reading. Yeah.
I bet.
I doubt it.
I don't know how else you would gain knowledge than listening to other people talk about these subjects.
Well, there's a difference between
your
actually reading the works
are
in which you're
very
talking
Androcore.
and reading everything that you say. Every fucking thing is projection, because I don't talk about things until I understand what I'm talking about. That's why I'm not a streamer, because I can.
I heard you talk about things and you don't seem to understand them. Okay, biological woman. No, I'm sorry. Okay, I'll send you a photo later.
Shit that I don't know about for fucking 8 hours a day. But I come on to talk about things that are really important to me. I'm not super articulate. That's something I can't help. I've got ADHD. You know, I'm fucked up.
Oh, you're a
in the head.
neurodivergent minor.
Huh?
You're a neurodivergent minor.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, sorry, I didn't mean.
That's so. It's honestly so, like, look, I get the DK Lav thing. Okay, totally get that. Totally understand. No love lost there. Okay. But it's so wild to me that Lav is coming on so viciously for Boots, because Boots happens to be in a relationship with DK.
To get you to admit that you were stupid.
Now I say a minor?
Yeah, neurodivergent minor. That's like the meme. Tom, you're a boomer.
Right. Oh, I'm 30.
I am a
but,
boomer. I'm a
you know,
freaking
you can
normie.
call me a minor if you want. But yeah, I'm not the most articulate person, but I at least am convinced of the things that I
You can at least articulate your hatred for me. Your
Welcome
baseless
to Chud
hatred.
Nation.
Conviction doesn't mean that you're well informed on the issue.
I just you
Wait,
really frustrated.
enemies to lovers?
And I'm
Wait,
proud I
enemies to
helped
lovers?
Yeah,
that
no.
Chud
Thank you for the
Nugget.
sub,
Not
Captain.
enemies to lovers. I'm not even your enemy. I just don't care. I just don't want you to talk about stuff that you don't understand.
Girl,
Well-
you don't understand half the shit you're saying. You didn't even know what Judith Butler's fucking performativity theory was. That is literally the baseline to talk about this shit.
So when you talk about performative language, I gave the example.
But I totally got. I don't know. I have not read.
I don't think either of them know what they're talking about, to be honest.
I totally got what Boots was saying in fucking seconds because of how like articulate it was. It's straightforward. It's obvious what Boots is getting at. And now Lav is trying to do. Are people calling it a President Sunday? Where it's like, no, you don't know what you're talking about. Here's a description of what you just described, and it's like, yeah, that's what Boots just said.
Oh, the Judith Butler gave. What are you talking about?
Theory.
Why is President Sunday brought into this suddenly?
Anything about this at all?
You're like this. That's such a ridiculous question.
This is your answer every time I ask you something and it stumps you. You're like, this is so ridiculous. Babe, it's transparent. It's transparent. You don't know what you're talking about, and you're projecting it onto me, and then you're saying that I'm projecting.
You both don't know what you're talking about.
Like exactly what the other person said in order to believe.
I mean, I've got to be honest with you. The what wave of feminist are you? That is like literally like an anti-SJW thing. That used to be like, what wave of feminist are you? That sounds like totally fucking online bullshit. Do you know what I mean? Like, who the fuck would say that? What level, what tier of feminist are you? That's like the, you know, first, second, third wave shit. The anti.
This is a gathering of the worst people. I don't know what to say.
Banged on about, oh, second waves are base, third waves are bad.
It like I don't remember half the people that I've read, like who exactly who said it.
She's
but
the one that
she
is
can,
like she doesn't
I'm saying,
understand.
I'm not saying you don't understand it. I'm saying that her argument is baseless either way. Like, it doesn't matter either way.
Okay,
that you
but
can have your own beliefs
let me
on
just
this.
clarify here that what I am saying is what is written by Judith Butler when she's talking about performative language.
Because Chad has an inferiority complex. That's why he brought up Prison Sunday. Oh. Like, that was random and out of nowhere.
What she is saying is the regurgitated opinion of the Wikipedia page that is the condensed version of whoever wrote that, saying this is what she meant by this.
What are you? I'm saying that?
Yeah. So you said I was wrong when I explained the, like, it's a boy, it's a girl, performative language. And
What?
that's not wrong.
What? What?
Chad Logic's so confused.
What?
What?
Go back and listen to it. So this is like streamed, so we have evidence that in the same conversation.
You're just trying to get licks in. You're just trying to get licks in, and
You're
it's
saying I
making
don't
her-
understand.
What? Lav came in fucking super hot, having a cut boots. You're trying to get licks. What? What fucking planet is Lav on? Jesus Christ.
You said she didn't know what it was, Lav.
That I don't understand something that I'm talking about.
Oh my god, is that a Boots emote? No way.
I'm gonna repeat this for the umpteenth time. Being more polite does not make you less aggressive, okay? You can be really aggressive, really antagonistic, and really polite. You know? Like, to claim otherwise is utterly ridiculous.
That's brilliant. I can't believe there's a Boots emote now. That's wild.
About the book, when you ask me, what did she say in this book? That doesn't make,
Yeah,
like,
You,
it's not
you
even
said she
her
didn't
book.
know
It's
what
a
the
theory.
performativity was. It is a theory, but there's also a definition to the theory. She was saying that she was giving a definition to the theory, and you said she didn't know the definition. But what she's describing is essentially what it is that Judith Butler is describing, right?
It's not essentially. It's like, this is...
no. We're just talking about gender roles, right?
Kill
Which
me,
is an
why is
aspect
this
of
bitch back in the drama cycle? Kill me, please. Alex,
Hey,
if
thanks for
you're
the
out, then let
420.
her Stop.
Honestly, it isn't. I mean, obviously, Lav going on the stream, I think this stream probably jumped to like, you know, a bunch of viewers. But honestly, she isn't really back in the drama cycle. I'm just covering this because obviously I know the parties involved and I thought it'd be good, longer form content to react to.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not like, I don't think this is going to be
Horrible people all around.
performativity. But performativity theory is just that gender is the only thing that is real. It is more real than biology, than physiology. That is what Judith Butler talks about. That is what is highly contested in the feminist community. Is what is real.
Does it say
And
on
how
the
much
Wikipedia
merit
page
we
that it's
give
highly
gender.
contested in feminist theory? Is that where you learned that?
Ooh.
Does it say on the Wikipedia page that it's highly contested in feminist theory?
You keep bringing up this wiki. You must have read this wiki if you know that I'm getting.
Oh no, I just know how Wikipedia pages go because I know that there's nothing.
What
in...
did you write? Did you write it? Did you write this wiki page?
No, I
Beyond?
could though. I could if I like actually took better notes when I
No,
was reading.
I'm not. No, I like. What do you taught? Like, I like. What do you even?
Oh
say
my
to that? Like,
gosh.
yes, it's the wiki, and that's it. All of my knowledge is from the Wikipedia page. I actually.
I
Have
mean,
no path-
I don't know. If...
Miss the Ghetto Talk. It's the bruv hour on the telly. Yeah, true.
Wait, what?
Like, terrible people all around in this video.
Yes. What? Isn't that what? So, Lav has just admitted she's not reading Judith Butler, and she's arguing about Judith Butler's theory with Boots, who I believe has read Judith Butler's theory. Of,
Has she now?
you know, a pretty succinct explanation that I kind of grasped what was going on in a very simple way. And that's like, I've not read Judith Butler. Pure projection, true.
Her performativity theory is because you have to. It's mentioned in other books. Judith Butler's retarded. I think that Judith Butler is just like wrong. I'm not gonna listen to a non-binary person talk about fucking feminism.
Okay, that is literal fucking anti-academic fucking levels of shit. So she's just admitting to what Boo said initially, that you've not read it. Oh my god. But the thing is, the point is, if you actually want to engage, like, it's fine if you haven't read something, but don't act so fucking high and mighty.
True, Karasu. Where can we find the article?
Retarded.
That's retarded. But you need to know.
I mean,
what,
like, if
you
you
need to know
were-
what you need to know your enemy. You need to know what you're up against. What the
Yeah,
contender
so
is.
if you were...
So, okay, then that's a reason, even if they're retarded, that's a reason to read their work, so you've got the best possible understanding of what they're presenting, because you're not looking at it through the filter. Obviously, if you've got someone who is gender critical talking about Judith Butler, they're likely to do it in a very biased way. But if you read Judith Butler's original work, you can at least engage with it as it exists, rather than having it through the filter. Like, it makes perfect sense. If you want to understand the enemy that you disagree with, you would go and read that theory.
like better educated, which I know that you're not. I'm sorry about your terrible childhood, but you would understand that sometimes you have to read people that you disagree with, because you cannot
Yes.
understand their ideas based on like the condensed form that you get from other people.
Thanks.
Oh, you don't need to read a whole Judith Butler book to understand what performativity theory is.
Sure,
I have
but what
listened
she's
to
saying
Judith
is
Butler talk about what
performativity
performativity
theory.
theory is.
It is performativity theory, where she's talking about performing acts in order to fit a certain.
Yeah.
That is performativity theory.
No, oh my god. That's,
Let me see.
this is
40K. Like, oh my god.
that is not Judith Butler's performativity theory. Performativity theory, like I said, is that gender is real, biology is not. It's a post-structuralist, postmodern
Yes.
definition of sex. She says that sex doesn't exist. That sex doesn't exist.
So like
Yes,
What-
but
what she
the
is
theory
saying
of
is that it's-
performativity is that you are performing actions in order to fit that social norm. That is what she's saying.
it is
She
it is the performance that makes it real. So same with the language. When you
This is
say it's a
post-talk.
girl or it's
This
a
is
boy,
post-talk.
Yes.
This is
or,
Yes, the thing is that arguing about this, right? It was clear what Boots meant when she fucking said at the start, because she has likely read it and can give you a potted, quick definition, so you can go, oh, okay, that's what that means.
talk. You look like a deer in headlights when I asked you about Judith Butler's fucking performativity theory.
Yeah,
this is
there's a-
post talk, and
that's
Tom
the
is
way that
fucking
my eyes
feeding you
look, sorry.
lines, Boots. He's feeding you lines.
my hands are here. I haven't been reading anything. So when that's what performativity is. So it's like when you're talking about performative language, it's when you say it that changes the state of reality. When gender is performed, that also changes the state of reality. So when you say you are
doesn't,
now
though.
man and wife, you may kiss the bride, that is something that changes reality. This is performative language. When you say it's a boy or it's a girl, this is what is changing reality. When you perform the gender norms, this is real. This is what is changing reality. And if you'd read her, you would understand that. But instead, you're just saying the same fucking turf talking points that you hear from somebody else without fully understanding them.
Where
Yeah.
are we? What are you talking about? I literally understood it before you. Am I going
No,
crazy?
you don't though. You don't.
What you are both saying is part of the theory. You're just, Lav, you're
Oh.
focusing on the fact that it's not real and that she's separating like the
That is
social
the most
constructed
important
part.
Until intellectualism goes brr. True.
People perform gender. That is like fucking kindergarten.
That's why you should watch more Lucy and less
Congratulations, you're a
No,
this.
but it's not. Because the point is, the performance of that is the reality that we need to consider and look at, right? So if someone performs as a woman, then by this theory, presumably they are a woman. And obviously other people might disagree and go, well, the biological reality is more important. And I'm presuming that Judith Butler would disagree with that. This isn't a fundamental understanding at all.
freshman in high school. You take into
If that's
psychology.
what you got from what I said, then I'm sorry that you don't listen and you don't understand.
Right.
She's apologizing to you, Lav. She's sorry that you don't understand. Do you accept her apology?
I accept my apology, and because I keep reading these wiki pages, can you recommend me any books that you've read?
You want me to just list books that I've read?
Yeah, what books do you
Is
think?
this a President Sunday tactic?
This is the President Sunday.
Oh, God.
Wait, no, wait, hold on, because
president-
because Boots has this whole time.
The President Sunday strategy. No way. Unbelievable. Lav has a President Sunday moment. I mean,
Nobody
because obviously President Sunday's having a bit of a renaissance at the moment, from what I understand. But yeah, this is very classic love.
Nobody understands what he meant with that. Because people are too stupid, to be honest. It's very easy to laugh at things you don't understand. Keep this in mind. It's very simple. I don't get it? Oh, must be a lol cow moment, right?
Cow tier behavior, isn't it? The book shit.
Oh yeah.
Me as someone who's stupid and doesn't fucking read, so I would like to know.
Well,
what
no, you've been saying that I'm stupid this whole time. And so I had to
after you
tell
did
you that I do
So
understand.
give me some book
No,
rats,
no, no.
dude.
I don't think that you're stupid. I mean, I think that you're uninformed, but I don't think that you're stupid. Like,
Okay.
I think that you would be able to understand the concepts that you are professing
want to read. I'm
if you
hungry
put the
for
time in.
I'm hungry
But you
for
don't.
words.
You
Boots.
don't actually care. So
Book.
like you want to
Give
you
me
want
some
to say
books.
things. What do you want? What do you want me to do, Tom?
I
Like
want you
she's
to
just yelling at me to
books that you've read. You're
give
so
her
informed.
books that I've
Boots,
read.
You're so informed. and I
True.
want to be as informed as you. What book should I read?
He does.
What do you want to read about?
What do you think, Boots? What are we talking about?
Jesus.
Boots, have you been following the conversation?
Yeah, is it you want me to recommend you books on feminism?
Yeah, you're so well read.
I mean, I look, okay. I don't like if you actually just want a fucking list of books, I will shoot them over. If you were trying to use this as an own, then like I don't know what you want. Any list that I give,
I can't pull an Uno reverse. You tried to own me.
it's not an Uno reverse. So here's what's happened, okay? So you
This is so sad.
what performativity theory is. I explained to you that I do understand,
Books.
and then you.
Oh my god, I almost just
are
threw
saying
up. That was
I have
so
not.
gnarly. Sorry, come again.
Yeah. So you explained, or sorry, you asked me. Do you even know what Judith Butler's performativity theory is? And then I said, yes, I
forget
do.
why I
And then I
asked that.
explained it.
Why did I ask that? Why did I ask
Yeah, I mean, you keep trying to get these gotchas on me, and I'm
Why did I ask
I
that?
don't know what you want me to do.
Before this weird, before Boots couldn't even name even one book about feminism. She's
Yeah,
read.
I can't name a single book. That's
Well, okay.
What were we talking about before this?
We're stuck here. I want to know. So, Boots, she seems to have animosity based on what things that like DK has said to her.
Oh, come on, Tom. Is he gonna drama farm? Based, Tom, if you do, okay? Based, if there's drama farming, I will fully support that.
And you say
Oh
like,
my
well,
God.
I'm a
I see.
Let's not make it personal. Let's separate the personal.
Well, you
Let's
made it
separate the
personal.
personal.
You literally
did
came
say
in here
this
doing
already,
in my
though.
life. I've never
Like
heard
you
of DK
did
before in my
bring this
life.
up.
He sounds ugly though, and he sounds stinky. And I
Well,
don't
I would
want
like,
to
I would like to know. I'm interested. Or do you disagree with the things that he said or done to Lav, or is there like, do you think that she would be able to think of you as less of a feminist for these things?
Slay. Tom with the question. Slay. Tom slaying right now.
Think of me as less of a feminist because of something that my partner did? No.
Or like whether or not
What a sad.
Well, I'm not a public figure, so it's not up to me to do. But instead,
You're
I
in
get
public
attacked
right now,
for something-
figuring. You're
Yeah,
figuring in public right now.
I don't like the way that he talks about women. I know that he does it for,
Oh.
and so I understand that. But like,
Disavowed DK.
Oh.
New
yeah,
CMO of
disavow
Puck Wallet.
my own partner.
New
Oh, amazing. What an amazing. Wow. Okay. What an amazing feminist. Being a misogynist is okay as long as you do it for content. Great. Oh, he talks terribly about women, but it's okay. He does it for content. Okay. I guess that makes it okay. I guess that is the feminist way of looking at things. Misogyny is perfectly okay as long as it's for content. Like, what? Well, an entropy fan, the person in the upper left corner is the partner of DK, Child Logic's editor. There you go. I've given you context. I have given you much needed context. That is amazing. And misogyny is great as long as you do it for content. Amazing. Great.
Emma Cuck Wallet? DK?
Of the HD60S.
Well, I mean, that's a
From there,
positive. At
the
least we know
outport is
she's cool with all the memes.
going to use another HDMI cable, and it's going to
Oh
plug
my
directly
gosh.
into your monitor, or maybe your
I click this. We can cut it out.
About the CMO cut wallet thing. But yeah, I mean,
Yes, sort of.
kind of like, what?
That's tomfoolery.
I mean, I know. I mean, maybe it's because obviously I know that Boots has got issues with obviously the way DK goes about things sometimes, and she's sometimes in the Discord going, "Oh, chill out with this, chill out with that." But it's just kind of wild to me to think that like, what Boots is just like fully on board with everything DK ever does from any possible angle.
I mean, actions speak louder than words.
I'll do whatever I fucking want.
Oh no. Cool down, DK. Cool down.
Come home. I can take your man's job from him. I have that power. I'm his boss. I'm the
That's
CMO of
cringe.
Cud Logic. What'd you say, Tommy?
I mean, how's all that reporting going? What's been achieved, I wonder? Like, what actual outcome have you got? I think that, like, you've got maybe a couple of videos that got demonetized, if that. But I don't think those ones are even about Lav.
DK, the Nazi who burned the cash cow bridge with the massive content creator? True, yes. That's the one.
So, the little green dot.
And the, you know, the person who is his partner is a self-professed feminist. Of course, she's also a gender critical. And she just said that, you know, it's fine. It's fine what DK is doing. It's for content. So it's okay.
$ means the video is fully monetized, okay? Let's have a look. Lav drama, fully monetized. Lav drama, fully monetized. Lav drama, fully monetized. Lav drama, fully monetized. Mr. Girl's tangential related, I guess. Fully monetized. Mr. Girl, fully monetized. Mr. Girl, fully monetized. This one about the article, not monetized. Limited monetization, I should say.
Why not?
Monetized, 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 monetized. Mr. Girl, the Destiny article, the abuse of Lavloon, not monetized. So that's the first one, really, I think, that's meaningful. I wonder how much money we made on this one, what with it being demonetized.
Okay, we get it. Feminists are famous for dating Nazis generally. Real liberals and leftists really like to hang out with Nazis.
Oh no, it's not actually that's not actually too severe. You can see, I think, where it's mainly the views
Like,
off as well, but we did pretty well out of it.
the peak of feminism is when you say that your partner being a misogynist is okay as long as it's for content. That's peak of feminism, actually.
We have to go back further. Mr. Girl hit piece demonetized.
Okay, we get it. We get the point.
Monetized.
Are you just...
Demonetized on that one. Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah, you're wasting time.
Despite the best efforts that I know exist, I haven't really been all that successful.
We get it.
Record month last month. Second best month this month.
Yes, stop. Oh my gosh.
DK about to get a fat paycheck from last month's YouTube. Not quite as successful as she would like, I think.
Great, stop.
I wanted to see that.
That's cringe. What are you doing?
Wait, excuse me? I can report any fucking video I want. It's up to
Sure.
you whether or not to take it down. Especially if it's about my personal life. Yeah, nobody. Sorry. That's fucking over.
Okay,
You're
sure.
making fucking useless drama content. I'm gonna report the fuck out of that.
Sure.
I have to go
Saying
pee,
you're
I'll be
gonna
back.
take it.
By all means, keep wasting your time. Keep going. Don't worry about it. Keep going. Keep on trucking.
His job is freaking weird.
I'm taking DK's job. I'm gonna be this time next year. I'm gonna be Chud Logic's editor.
That would actually be pretty based. Actually,
This time next year, Chud Logic is gonna.
I'll be honest with you, you know, even if the opportunity came up, I've seen fucking Lav's ability to actually deliver on the things that she promises. I wouldn't want her as an editor. Nothing personal. Nothing personal. I just don't think she...
I don't think it's nothing personal.
Because there's so many things she says she's going to do that she never fucking does.
Burn out of his incel community, and he's gonna be a rat femme, and he's gonna need me.
what's your video essay on?
Here, should I read you the title?
Yeah,
I'll read you the title.
Okay.
It's about gender.
Oh, the gender expert. Lav.
Conceited gender. Sorry.
It's shut up. The nature of gender, the concept of gender identity, and the social and political implications of genderism. What is a
Genderism.
Screw you, Matt Walsh. It's gonna be good.
Some
Genderism.
pay for a Patreon.
Oh, screw you, Charlie. What do people even pretend when literally no one believes in? True. Ironically enough, that's the same way JKR is a feminist. The only reason Hemion exists is to be mocked for caring about slavery and love interest, to be a love interest. Let's get it, chat. You're not cancelled, but every decent person has left your audience. True. Like, you can see why I'm saying that this is just a collection of horrible people. I don't think I'm exaggerating. Like, somehow I don't think I'm exaggerating.
No way. Well, I look forward to this article coming out imminently. Apparently, it's just around the corner, so we'll see.
Imagine using...
It's gonna be long. I recorded it.
It's not gonna be good.
And I'm editing it right now, and it was an hour and a half of dialogue. So
That's
hopefully I can
great.
cut it down to under an hour, but
Screw that.
I'm
My last
realizing-
video essay was 2 hours.
oh well, mine is gonna be like a kidology type, you know, like video essay.
Kidology.
It's gonna be like there's gonna be clips in it. There's gonna be pictures in it. There's gonna be, you know, whatever.
Okay.
Although this is
Interesting.
I do want to go back to something that Boot said earlier, which I was actually
Genderism.
about, and I didn't know if this was out of spite or if this was a serious criticism. But you saying that my view on transgender people was informed by my perception of myself, or whatever. Can you extrapolate?
Yeah, so I think that like you resent patriarchy for forcing you, or for you feeling that it forces you to behave your femininity in the way that you do.
Behavior femininity.
And you see trans people as being a parody of that. Of taking the things that have caused you pain and turning them into something that is like of benefit to them.
I think that you're almost right. I don't think it's a parody, and I don't think it's a benefit to them either. I think that it is legitimizing something that should not be legitimized.
Oh.
So the thing, I was never a woman because I had breasts and wore fake eyelashes and did sex work. I'm a woman because I'm a female. Nothing could make me not a woman at this point. So to say that
So biological essentialism, basically. Plain and simple biological essentialism. Okay? So basically, a woman with XY chromosomes is not a woman in Lav's eyes. Even if said woman gave birth. So in other words, Lav's distinction is just useless in the real world.
things that have enslaved and entrapped women for centuries can make someone a woman is legitimizing a gender role based in masochism.
See,
Based in masochism.
all of these things makes me think that it is just like you are doing this as a performance. You're not doing this because it's something that you actually care about. Because nobody is going to take you seriously if you say that like these gender roles have enslaved and entrapped women for centuries. Like this is not something that is the average person is going to listen to and is going to say, oh, okay, you know what? Actually, this person might be slightly reasonable. There might be some issues with the way that we're seeing gender and the way that.
So there we go. It is true that there have been roles that have been enslaving people for centuries. That part is actually true. So what this person is advocating for is just being polite about your bad beliefs. I don't think they understand the words they say. Yeah, I don't think so either. If that person on the upper left thinks that gender roles have not been enslaving people for centuries, which is a laughable statement to make because, yeah, they have. Like, this is so sad. Picture book sounds about right for her audience. True.
You're saying that these people are women when they're not. Like,
wait, what's the problem that you have with me saying that?
It's very clearly inflammatory, and it's very hard to take it seriously. Even
yes.
Do you not think that it's true that the anti-aging, especially community, has like literally enslaved women throughout decades?
No.
Yeah, I don't think that you're a feminist, Boots.
If I don't think that women are currently enslaved, as in all women are currently enslaved, then
enslaved is not always.
Wait, Boots? Is Boots illiterate? Being gender roles enslaving people for centuries is not the same as saying that the group is being enslaved right now. Those are two different statements. You know? These are different statements.
Always.
Wait! The pennies just dropped. She's saying enslaved. Enslaved. Like the black people were enslaved.
Yes, for the longest time, women were in fact enslaved, which is why women writers of the 18th century wrote that women should fight for freedom of slaves because women are enslaved similarly to slaves, to literal slaves. You know? Like, none of these people know what they're talking about. Yeah.
Whenever it was slavery, that was enslaved. Like, women have had a lot of problems, okay? No doubt about that. And there's
women were considered a property of the husband. They couldn't have their own property. They couldn't have their own bank account. They couldn't do anything without the permission of a husband or a man. Like, what are you talking about, Chad Logic? Please read any amount of history of women. Like, what the hell? Is this a joke? Yes, literal slaves. Like, is this a bit? Well, formally enslaved until 1970s. That actually depends on the country. But yes. That actually depends on the country. But
many things to criticize to this day. But enslaved?
Yes, you idiot. Read a book. First of all. Second of all, till the beginning of the 19th century, the big debate was whether or not women were even human. That was an actual debate. Under the Napoleon Code, under the Napoleon Codex, women were considered perpetual minors that cannot make any decisions on their own. Like, Child Logic is so confidently wrong that it's painful. it's really painful to listen to Chad Logic being so wrong and so confident about it. Like, come on.
Come on now. That's a bit much, isn't it?
No, it's not, you idiot. You just need to read a book to know.
This is pedanticism, but it's saying enslaved is not always like fucking chattel slavery, dude. It's like
yeah, I know.
it's a pervasive system that has been abusive to
Like, it's really embarrassing when Lav knows more about that stuff than you, Chad Logic. Maybe less drama farming and more reading. It could help you. It could do you some good.
metaphorical. Let me be pedantic. Metaphorical cages, and prevented them from being seen as anything other than men's inferior other.
But wait, Lav has just done this. She has just made Boots DK's inferior other by coming in so hot and shitting on Boots for things that DK has done. She's just done this. She's just fucking engaged in it herself. What? What fucking right do you have to complain about this when you have just done it yourself like fucking, you know, not 10 minutes ago. How long is it? Like 20 minutes ago. That is insane to me. You've just done that exact thing.
I think that's enslavement is a fine way to
Yes.
that feeling. And I think that most people would listen to that and be like, okay, there might be truth there. I don't think that people are going to be like, "She's
Correct.
crazy. Women aren't chattel slavery." Like, yeah, I know. I don't think anyone's getting that from
Okay, yeah, no, people are going to think that's crazy.
Seems like Lav knows here more than this self-proclaimed feminist. Yeah, I know. It's shocking to me. Like, yeah, what Lav is saying about the enslavement part is correct. Like, and Chad Logic is just like making himself look like an idiot. And yeah, I know I know that I just happen to be very fresh from reading about this stuff from a comprehensive book about women's history, but come on. Like, this is like a topic that I'm actually actively reading about right now. You know, I finished a book called The Worst Gender about women's history. And now I'm reading about sex work in the 19th century. So yeah, it does seem that way.
You just try and dissect in a succinct way some of these dynamics at play rather than saying the enslaved shit. But hey, listen.
Because it's true.
I know. I'm just a dude on the internet. Okay?
You're just an idiot.
About this. I don't care about the plight of women, so I don't fucking care. I just think maybe you want to try a different strategy if it was me.
what I'm saying.
I think it's a very like Marxist type of way of thinking about slavery, like very hyperbolic.
It's not. It's, oh my god, Marxist? Are you for real?
People are not going to take that seriously as a vegan argument. That has no like emotional weight to most people because it's so hyperbolic.
It's not hyperbolic, it's factual. You
Comparing something to the Holocaust would be hyperbolic. What was the other word that I used? Enslavement and what?
Yeah, comparing to the Holocaust is hyperbolic. Do you know what else is hyperbolic? Do you know what else? Is that my Discord? What? Do you know what else is hyperbolic? Comparing something to slavery.
No, it's not, you idiot. No.
Chattel slavery.
That is literally what women writers who wrote under pseudonyms because they could not write wrote about women being basically enslaved. Like, what is going on here? Like, what sort of discourse are we engaging when saying historically accurate facts becomes hyperbolic because uneducated people will think of something else? This is the whole genocide discourse all over again. You know? Unironically. He really lives up to his name. Yeah.
So let's see. The definition of enslavement, the act of making someone a slave.
Why is my Discord... What? No, stop it. Stop it. Why is it doing that? People are pinging me to make it happen. Disable all notification sound. It's off. It's off.
Boomer moment.
Stop messaging me.
Boomer moment.
I shouldn't have said anything, should I? Now people are just atting me. How do I turn it off? It's off already. Okay, I'm shutting it down. I'm shutting it down. I'm shutting it down. I'm shutting it down. Streamer mode is on. Streamer mode is on already. Wait, they didn't.
Oh my god. Fact check on my claim. Women got the right to have independent bank account in US in 1960s. Was the UK when it was in 1975. Like in some countries, the lack of women's rights went all the way up to the 2000s. Why is this not edited out? Because DK is a legendary editor. Stop questioning DK, mate. Stop questioning. Stop questioning DK. Or else.
What?
What?
Where's that sound coming from? I turned it off.
Oh my god, what a boomer moment.
What's going on? I just shut it down.
What a professional editor works for Child Logic.
It's switched off. Oh, hang on. I know what it is.
That was such a necessary moment for this video. Wow.
I've got...
DK is really working for that fat paycheck, isn't he?
Open with Discord in.
I suspected as much. That actually happened to me.
Okay.
It's a bit annoying.
Wow. All right, listen. Yeah, haha, laugh it up, okay? Yeah, I'm an idiot. I'm a boomer. I'm a retard. I don't know what I'm doing. Professional streamer, by the way. I use that term loosely.
That did happen to me.
Get back to this.
The whole...
Subjugation. Let's see, subjugation definition. The action of bringing someone or something under domination or control. I'd say that I was pretty apt with my description, I'll be honest.
Right, and the language that you're using, like, to convey this thing, which I think is reasonable if you abstract it, makes it sound like blame is on men, when I don't think that's the case. I think blame is on the ideology.
Ideology?
Do you think put that ideology in place?
Yes, I understand. But I think that men, at this point, are just as much victim as women are. Just in different ways.
A pretty silly thing to say. I
No,
disagree,
I don't think
but
so.
agree to disagree, I guess. Do your thing. Do your thing, mama.
Okay,
But-
am I not a feminist now? Because
I think none of those people know what they're talking about. Like seriously, they should just go to the back to the drawing board.
I think that just, to me, that shows that you have a pretty deep misunderstanding of women's and men's roles and how the patriarchy affects both of them. I, too, believe that the patriarchy affects men negatively, but I think it's especially heinous with its treatment of women and females throughout history.
Of course you do. Because you're a woman, and I'm a woman as well. I understand that. And throughout history, yes,
But
that's
it's not
true, but
just-
That's so funny. Like, it's the way she acts like Boots is saying something crazy. And then she says something that basically is restating what Boots just said. Because Boots said men are a victim of it as well. And Boots made out that was a...
Grifting pays well, I'm told. Grifting pays. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I might not have a giant audience, you know? I might not have a giant audience. I can work on my presentation, I can work on my delivery, but this, if the support that I've been receiving lately, if it basically was like that on a consistent basis, then I genuinely would have nothing to complain about financially when it comes to streaming, you know? That is a fact. So I guess from my perspective, you don't really need to craft. I don't think I do. You know? The people that watch me are pretty generous with the donation, and if they would be generous on a consistent basis, then I think I will be able to deliver better and better segments and videos, and yeah, it's working. And I don't really have to drama farm, quote unquote, to do it. You know? Oh. Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying that it's not really the road that one needs to take in order to make it viable. You just need to present something of value, and I'm focusing on delivering more actual tangible value. Like this month, obviously we're focusing on the 80th anniversary of the Ghetto uprising, but there are more things to come, of course.
It now negatively affects men. Like, you basically said the same thing in different words. What do you mean?
So what we're talking about?
Appeals
We're
to
talking about-
emotion. It's not appeals to my own emotion. I'm talking.
We're talking about right now.
general.
We're talking about right now, the way that the patriarchy affects all of us.
Yes, I still
Yes, I'm going to get to the Adriana Chechik shit after this. Don't worry.
think it's
Most men in the West do not consider themselves sexist. They don't even realize that this is like something that they have an issue with.
I
Because
know
it's
that
not
a lot of
something.
men don't consider themselves sexist, and a lot of them still are.
And no, I don't think that most men are. I think that they are ideologically, and it's not something that they're able to detach from an insult of them as a person.
Nobody is sexist inherently. What is this weird essentialism? What? Nobody considers themselves like a sexist. People in the past just thought that was the natural order. They thought that was a rational biological reality. They didn't think of themselves as sexist. They were literally ideologically sexist. What do you mean? Chad never had much of value to offer. It always was drama. It's just that it's entirely reactionary drama now. I guess. I suppose so.
To what? Ideologically sexist compared to what? Ontologically?
Like, as in this ideology being a like a pervasive societal idea rather than a personal failing of theirs.
I agree with you. The problem is that men still hold most of the power in the world. So if they believe these things, women still believe these things too. Women are still sexist. Women still grow up misogynist. I grew up a misogynist. My mother grew up a misogynist. Her mother before her. It is pervasive. It's a gift that we give our children. The problem is that women do not have economic or financial or any social power really in the world comparatively to men. So it's more dangerous for men to.
Is that still true in 2023?
Depends on the place.
True. Like, I feel like if we were talking, however long ago, yeah, sure. But I feel there's been massive steps forward. To the point where it just seems like such an archaic talking point now.
Well,
Also perpetuating the patriarchy because
depends on what metrics we go by.
What? Oh, boys, lads. I didn't realize this. Fuck. We can just get rid of the patriarchy. Let's do it. What's stopping us?
Yeah.
Let's just get rid of it.
Do these people even know what inherently means? I'm not sure.
Stupid.
I'm not sure.
I mean, yes and no. I agree that it is more dangerous, but I don't think that like them having
more power means that there is less harm that has come to them because of it.
I don't think that this is a oppression Olympics comparison jargon.
Well, you're
Like,
making it that.
Well, I think it's really hard to.
Lav, that Lav has just said it affects men negatively, but affects men worse. He's the one that's making it that. Oh my god.
Say one way or the other. You're going to have
Yeah.
different types of oppression in different aspects, and one is not going to be able to be compared to the other. So even to say men
but
or
even
women
in-
have
even
had
in-
more or less is going to be
Sure,
impossible
but
to say.
even in patriarchal ideology, men still have a leg up, even if they are being oppressed by it.
It is objectively true that women have had it worse historically. Come on. Don't do this.
The fact that they have attributed to themselves what it means to be human. And like I
Yes,
said,
and
women
this is
are
not-
Yeah.
so built in with the ideology.
I know, because gender critical movements pop out that want to move women back to the 19th century and beyond. I know. Like, I'm gonna say this hot take, maybe. I'm gonna say this hot take. Gender criticals, the so-called gender criticals, unironically, want to take women's rights back to the 19th century with all of the biological essentialism, with all of the crap, like, about roles in society. COVID in UK, for example, massively risen the domestic violence cases, but Chad does not know these. Well, yeah, he doesn't care. Yeah. Like,
Is that men are superior, built in. Even if they are affected by this, I think that men are probably more affected by
Based.
ableism because their bodies are objectified and their value.
I think that this isn't true that baked in is men thinking that they are superior. I think that it is men thinking they are default and women being the other. I think this is a
Built-in.
more accurate and helpful way to frame it.
I did just say that.
No, you said that men think that they are superior.
I brought up that I said that baked into the ideology, men are superior because that's what the prototype is. So you have a prototype, which is usually like the base, right?
I understand.
Is usually superior.
I don't think either of them understands.
Babe, let's take this point by point.
Babe,
when I,
babe.
No, you agree.
Oh
You
my God.
agree.
I'm not retarded, okay? I'm an actual like.
Why is it that when a man speaks to a woman and says babe, then that's terrible, but then Lav can do it and it's like she thinks it's okay? Like, it's pretty patronizing to constantly refer to the woman you're talking to in this kind of terminology, right?
Educated person, please do not talk to me like this.
I'll
Okay,
talk to
it's so frustrating.
Okay,
I
so if-
understand. There's a
if you're
difference between
other-
saying one thing is superior and one is inferior to something being default and other. That doesn't mean that it is inferior. It just means that it is unreachable and you cannot understand
So
it.
you do not think that baked into patriarchy, women are men's inferior other.
I think that the traits that we have applied to women are considered lesser than. Yes, but I do
Which
not
would
think
mean
that
what?
men.
Inferior, right?
That is actually objectively incorrect. Historically, many thinkers have outright said that a woman is basically an inferior version of a man, that a woman is basically like a botched man. Like, that has been historically many times philosophy expressed in writing, in speeches, etc. Like, come on, please read a book. Okay? Come on.
Yeah, the traits.
This is why we need to learn history
There has to be a superior.
desperately.
But the
Okay?
traits that men see as feminine in themselves are also inferior.
Because it is likeness to what they
Yes, I
describe as
understand.
female.
I understand. But
Okay,
that is because
where
that
are
is
we
the
here?
other rather than default. They are breaking from the default.
Yes,
Like,
because it is inferior. So they think that being masculine is superior. Is this? I don't know where the fuck this is. Like, what are you
How
not?
can you think? How
grasping?
can you think the default is superior? That doesn't make sense.
Because
Like, none of them know any history on this topic.
your boots.
Listen,
Okay, this is above my pay grade, okay? This is getting too into the woman
Oh,
theory
that
shit,
comes
okay?
up when the other guy starts talking.
It's not women theory, it's basic history, you idiot. Oh my
She
god.
said, well, I don't like her, so if she kept saying it, I would.
For real.
Thank you for the bits.
Is this for real?
What's the disagreement here? Let me try and figure this out. So,
Oh
it's
my
the
gosh.
idea. So, Lav is saying that inherent in patriarchy is the idea that women are cast as inferior and men are cast as superior. But what Booze is arguing
How does Child Logic has so many subscribers? Is this for real?
So the default in society is the man, with woman being the other, and society is set up with male being the default, or historically has been at least. Obviously, there's been some moves forward, but historically, male has been the default, woman has been the other, right?
Actually, it's been more like woman is a botched man. That has been the prevailing thinking for many.
But I think that men are way more likely to understand what I'm saying when they think of themselves as the default and then thinking of women as the other, rather than a man hearing, I think of myself as superior and women as being inferior. Most men are going to be like,
So it's like I've said, it's all about optics. It's not about actual, ideas. It's not about actual state of things. It's not about actual factual history. It's about optics. It's all about optics for this person. And that's it. That's it. That really is it. What will the man think? What will the man think of this phrasing? How will they take it? Spoken like a true feminist.
fuck are you talking about? I love
What will
Makes
them?
sense to me as well, because I think that if you were to go to a dude and you were to point, because men don't see it as superior and they would hate to think of it as being thought, but if you were to say,
Yeah.
here's some things in society,
I mean, technically speaking, but yeah, there's no botched anything, I know. Like, this is why illiteracy is our biggest enemy. And this is why I should do more history content, okay? I need to do more history content. I need to do more history focusing on the women's situation, you know?
where it's just assumed, or historically, I think you need to maybe look to find some examples of this. Maybe there's some we could think of. But if you were to say, look, here's some examples of where it's expected that being the man is the default. And in fact, you could look at it the other way around as well. Because if you could talk about kids, and you could say, look,
Like, it's all about intuition and feels with child logic. Oh, it feels good to me. It feels right to me. Okay, great. Great, and makes sense to
man
you.
is seen as the default in terms of they're going to go out to work, and woman is seen as the other to look after the kids, something like that. You could use the kid thing to talk about this, right? Something along those lines. I mean,
Except in many countries, women were considered inferior, botched men, so they were considered unfit to take care of the children. It was believed that a man should take over taking care of a child as soon as possible and educate the child. So no, actually. Okay? That is nonsense, what you're saying, even if it sounds good to you.
thing is because there has been a push for parity between men and women in the Western world, at least. I don't know if you've got this. I think there's probably more explicit examples in history of this, right? It's hard to think of yourself as being superior when things like chivalry encourage the protection of women. So framing it as default, where society is already set up for you, and chivalry is simply making.
Chivalry is overblown. It was not as widespread as people like to pretend it was, okay? It was basically an ego thing for some knights, okay? Chivalry was not this big society-wide phenomenon that people like to pretend that it was, okay? So let's put that notion to bed right away. Yeah, we should. Like, people like to talk about chivalry as if it was this big, whole, societal, encompassing thing. No, it wasn't. It was blown out of proportion in certain literary works, true, but it was not nearly as widespread and long-lasting as people pretend that it was. There we go. I've said my piece because I have actually read about this as well. Like, this is what happens when you form your opinions on things based on stereotypes and I don't know what else to call it. You know? Chivalry. Get out of here with that nonsense. I guess. Romanticizing the past is a dangerous position. Yeah, that's why we should learn history as it was, as it happened. And this is what I really want to put more emphasis on history in my content. And this is why, yeah, that's another aspect of it, okay? But, as always, I need your help. I need your help in spreading the content, in engaging with the content, leaving comments, likes under videos. It does help to get the thing into the algorithm. And hopefully that would allow me to, get through that 1,000 sub mark and get the videos monetized.
Making accommodations to the other makes more sense. Yeah, sure.
Women, I don't think of them in this way.
But
yes,
but men
I think
know
that
that they think of women as being the other.
I don't even think that people realize when they're being sexist. It is so ingrained into us from birth.
Yeah, I know.
It's like racism. I don't think that people realize when they're being racist.
Like, chivalry was actually done within a small subsection of knights. And it was a phenomenon that sort of found its way into literature and stuff like that, but yeah. Like, let's not pretend that it was this huge society encompassing phenomenon.
I think that it is more normal.
Do you know what you should do in that case? Go up to them. Hey, you don't realize that you're being sexist, but did you know that men see themselves as superior and you're doing that right now? This is like when you hear the anti-racists. This is like when you fucking hear the anti-racists and it's like, right, anti-racists, we're listening. What should we do? What should we do to deal with some of these issues? Well, I've got a book here, right? It's called White Fragility. The best way to deal with this is to call white people fragile. Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe we can come up with another way to deal with this.
And analysis, like,
be perceived as an attack on.
Like, you know what? Chad Logic should stick to drama farming because his analysis is so paddle deep that it's embarrassing. It's really embarrassing when Chad Logic tries to do actual analysis of situations.
On someone. Perhaps we can come up with a different fucking approach. I don't know what to tell you.
I know you don't know what to tell.
Be racist.
I'm saying that we are communicating similar ideas, but the way that you do it is so inflammatory that it is going to turn
Yes.
off people who would have been
Yes.
otherwise on the edge from listening to you.
Yes.
That's not true. I get messages every fucking day flooding my inbox of women being like, "You changed my life. You changed my
Great.
life."
Yeah, right. Yeah, Billy Boo shit. Yeah, that's it. You're a piece of shit, but you can get. But if you listen to me, and if you give me some money for my book, I'll help you get over it. Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly what people say.
I'm not appealing.
Okay, what's this?
That is exactly what anti-racists say, sure.
Flooding my inbox of women being like, "You changed my life. You changed my life." I'm not doing this
Oh
for
my
men.
God.
I must admit, I must admit, I'm not appealing to men when I talk about feminism. I tried to for a bit.
You
don't
just
care about that
said
anymore.
that women need men to be able to dismantle the patriarchy. So maybe you should.
No, I think that women think that we need men. I mean, I believe in separatism.
Okay,
I also
so when
think
you
women
said
are doing
that,
a good job.
when you said that
don't
women
need,
cannot
women
do it
don't
themselves,
need men to go to college. Like
Love is
women
brain
go to
dead.
college at rates that
Wait, is she say she believes in separatism? Is that some weird feminist theory that women could just go and do their own thing and be fine? Okay, wow.
Peasants were out to the sword, different rules for knights, but yes, you're right.
they couldn't because they held the power.
Yeah.
Did you mean that
No, I
you
meant
only thought that? You only thought that
historically, it's
because you
something-
are a woman who is thinking that? Is that like the
Historically-
lens that we're looking at this through?
Historically, it has been men who held all of the power because they were who held higher position jobs.
And
they were who
I
was allowed to
clarified
read,
that I was
to write
talking
books,
about
to get
right now.
education. Those tides are turning now, right? Women are enrolled in schools. They're getting higher education degrees. They're reporting higher IQs, higher social status without men. And I think that that's good. The tides are turning. But I think historically we have needed men, and now we're like, well, fuck it. Which is I think why there's such a big misandrist separatist movement within radical feminism, which is like, fuck these men, live completely without them. And frankly, I think that I agree with it.
Then why don't you just go do that?
I
feel like
mean,
we would
for
all
the
be a
most
lot better
part,
off if you did.
For the most part, I do.
Become a political lesbian.
I mean, I think I am. I think I am a political lesbian. I think
This is what happens when two great feminist thinkers meet. Lav, the amazing feminist, and Boots. Oh my god. Peak of feminism, I swear. It doesn't get any better than this. It doesn't get any more feminism than this. True. True, true and real. I swear. Embarrassing.
You broke it off with Connor.
Well, that's not a political lesbian.
Ooh.
Well,
And
it would
Connor's
be
a
the
woman.
rejection of.
Oh, Boots is going in fucking hard. Jesus. Jesus Christ. That was a bit spicy even for me.
Connor's a woman. He doesn't identify as a
penetration.
woman. He doesn't identify as a woman. Connor's a non-binary femme.
But Lav, do you
I
agree
can't
that like
help it, I
using
like that.
more inflammatory language is going to make it harder for people to buy into the stuff?
Yeah, hang on a second. If you're a separatist, why would you be in a relationship with a man? Or is that you want to criticize society, but like if that is truly your belief that women should be
Like, I really hate this. I hate this with all my heart. It's when Jewish people were trying to get the word out before 1942 that hundreds of thousands of people are dying, and a person in England was like, "You're over exaggerating. If you said thousands of people, yeah, but who's gonna believe you?" It's so inflammatory.
Why would you be in a relationship with a man?
I hate this so much.
That's actually a good point, isn't it? I mean, if that genuinely is your belief and you're not engaging in it, it seems like it's kind of a shitty belief, doesn't it? Yeah, it's the we should improve society somewhat, probably. Yeah. That meme will come crashing out.
That's what you're saying.
If we know anything about movements, we know that inflammatory
Does
actually do the opposite.
Child Logic have any beliefs?
People riled up and aroused.
It gets
and-
more attention.
I mean, even being in a relationship, you don't have to get engaged, do you? Or married, but eventually.
Why?
Listen, I don't know much about it. I don't want to promote a website of hatred. But I hear that there's a date set for the old marriage as it is. So seems like it's going ahead. Although I shan't comment further because that would be bad.
But it
Yeah.
doesn't necessarily make it more palatable.
Sure, but I don't think that you're trying to be palatable.
Everything needs to
I don't think
be
it's women rarely make
palatable. That is actually true.
Yeah, I don't care about being nice. I'm gonna say things how I say them. It seems to be working. I have a whole audience behind me, and I think I'm doing okay. I think I'll be okay. I know that you're worried.
And
Yeah.
a whole audience of people who want to look at your body and hear the drama.
Like ridiculous, this notion of making everything palatable. Totally ridiculous concept.
that you have caused. The people who are interested in you as a person are dwindling. You have basically no viewers when you're not talking about drama. This is your audience.
My lane. This isn't my lane, babe.
Oh my god, Boots is going insano mode. What is going on? Jesus, Boots is not fucking holding back.
I joined Twitch Pool 6 months ago.
Yeah,
and
your
it's
lane is only
turbo retard. No, it's not. What are you talking about? You want to hurt my? This is not feminism, babe. This is not feminism.
I'm not
You
trying
wanted
to
my
hurt your
feelings,
feelings.
make me feel
Nobody
bad
cares
based
what
off
you have to say about feminism. Nobody.
That's not true. I have 600,000
Says Boots.
on TikTok who wait for me hungrily to say whatever the fuck I say.
Oh, now that's back to the forefront, is it? Oh, I've got 600,000 followers on TikTok. What? No way is she bringing that back into it. No way. That is insane.
About feminism on Twitter. I'm getting retweeted by Redux Magazine. I'm getting retweeted by big feminists. I'm getting retweeted by doctors, theologians.
By doctors.
Yeah.
Yes, you're trying to say that people. I don't even fucking post my body anymore. I've deleted all photos of my body from my public platforms, and people are still fucking coming.
Oh, where have we heard that one before, guys? Damn, looks like we got a rerun on the live show. We got a rerun. We got a rerun now. Oh, I've deleted all the pictures of my body. At least she's admitting to it this time. Jesus Christ, he's so full of shit, it's unbelievable. Literally will just say whatever is necessary in the moment to win whatever argument she's having. Absolutely classic Lav moment.
That makes you feel like shit.
Right,
and you
listeners,
can
take
keep
note.
feeling like shit. You can
In
keep
case
trying to
that's a lie.
disregard me as a sexual being. I don't give a fuck. My voice is important. People are fucking listening to it. Nothing you can say will make me change my mind. In fact, everything you're saying right now makes me want
I'm
to
not trying to make you change your mind. I'm trying to make you live by your principles.
What are you talking about? You're talking about you. Principles? You call yourself a feminist and you're with someone like DK who you publicly disavowed 15 minutes ago? I'm not living by my principles. My man isn't making any fucking drama videos about any woman. My man hasn't treated any woman like your man has treated women. I am living by my principles, and I'm surrounding myself with people who live their principles and my principles. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, babe. That is the projection of the fucking century. Why don't you do yourself a favor, be a real feminist, and dump your misogynist, chauvinist, fucking piece of shit boyfriend? Do feminism a favor.
Yeah,
Do
so
yourself
like,
a favor.
all of the drama videos that DK has posted have been things that you have done on other people's streams. He's not creating this content of like compilations of
talking
dumb
about
shit that
me.
you've said. What are
I'm
you
talking about. I'm not talking about me in specific. I'm talking about the channel stuff. Who the fuck cares? The way that he has tried to publicly humiliate my fiance in a misogynistic display
Okay, so
of
you
like
just claimed that
ineptitude.
DK is making drama baiting, misogynistic, chauvinistic videos. So I just want to
About
know.
not just me, about all women. And you.
Also, by the way, DK is just, on my channel at least, just editing my content. Like, it's a bit annoying that like DK's getting, like, listen, I don't want to downplay DK does amazing work on YouTube, right?
Amazing.
He's responsible for editing the content, you know, end-to-end YouTube management, thumbnail, title, stuff like that. But the content is mine. It's my work. That feels a bit weird calling it that. It's my shit posting or whatever you want to call it, okay? It's my words. It's my fucking thoughts that are being edited. And now it's all fucking down to DK. Listen, if you want to go after DK, he's got on a different, his whole channel.
You did say that you were nobody before DK. You did say that.
He's even got a channel where he does like fucking Dragon Ball Z shit as well. Like, he's got his own shit going on if you want to go talk about that. What the fuck? Listen, I'm not trying to downplay what DK does. I will say it all the time, what a great job DK does. But like,
Great job.
the content of the channel is primarily...
Couldn't be bothered to get out the whole thing with the Discord. Great job.
That's wild.
True. I agree with Chad. Chad is much more transphobic and hateful. True.
It's me. Jesus Christ, DK's really punching above his weight when it comes to like influence in this space. It's so wild.
You just disavowed 15 minutes ago. You said you don't agree with it.
No,
Am
I
I
don't
not
know.
doing the same reality
I
as you?
understand making content. That's a different thing than the way that he speaks about you. Like, on streams and stuff. I don't like that. I don't like when people call you a dumb bitch. I don't like when people call you a cunt or a whore. I don't like.
But it's okay because it's for
I
content.
don't care if DK makes fucking content about me. I care if it's personal, like the things that you said. I care about the things that you said that you just cared about. He can make fucking drama videos about me and the way that I fucking
You just
yell
said
at
that
people.
you would go and report all the fucking videos. You just
Yes,
said that.
because they're all fucking personal. They're not drama. I don't report the ones that are fucking drama. Also, I don't think that Chud Logic should have a fucking platform. That's less to do with DK and more to do with Chud Logic.
Okay, so she got there in the end. I am brought up again. Okay, I shouldn't have a platform. Okay. Why? Why not? What have I done? I'm a nice guy. I'm such a nice guy. I'm such a nice guy. I don't understand it.
You've answered your own question. You've answered your own questions. You should have no platform because last guys, listen. Last guy, nice guys finish last. That's why you shouldn't have a platform. Nice guys finish last. Here we go.
The worst thing I think I've done with Lav.
There we have it.
Because I have never like knowingly lied about Lav or made something up about Lav or said something which I don't think is you know, true or at least supported by evidence somewhere. I think the worst I've done is just call her mean names. Maybe bring up her fiance a little bit as well. Maybe there's that too. But again, I mean, obviously, you know, she's the one that brought him up first, regularly. Let's be serious for a second. What is the bad things that I've done?
Where to begin?
Is it the name?
Where to even begin?
Calling her a bitch and a whore. Terrible words. I don't like those words. I feel ugly saying them.
You don't like those words.
When I first met Lav, I was more supportive of her. But then I realised she was full of shit all the time. No, seriously, what have I done that is with her that is deserving of me not having a platform? Is it calling her mean words? Is that it? Is that the problem?
Okay, move on. Oh my god.
Name redacted stuff?
Move on. Can you please move it along? Like I don't have infinite time to watch your video, Chud Logic. Please move it along.
I suppose that I didn't take a video down when she...
Why couldn't DK, the amazing editor, edit this out?
Sad about it.
Come on.
I'm genuinely thinking what I've done is so bad. I was going to meet up with her in LA, me and Supreme were. We're going to meet up and talk about the sex work shit back in October.
Great. Can you move on?
We used to be on friendly terms.
Great. Good for you.
But then I realised she was a liar. So, I mean, listen, I won't say that I haven't gone in pretty hard. Don't get me wrong. And I've said some pretty vicious things about the sex work and shit. But, you know, I mean, she has responded as best she can to try and get me.
Move on.
Can you, like, hit the play button on the video? No. I'm going to take as long as I want, thank you. If you don't like it, go and watch the original. I'm going to sit here in silence for 10 minutes now.
Of course.
No, listen, I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, yeah, I've been very nice and all this. I've definitely been an asshole. I've been a dickhead. But it's like people always say this. They're like, oh, Chud shouldn't have a platform. I've heard this from, like, different people now, normally leftoids, but obviously loud. And I'm thinking, well, what is it that I've done? Because it's not that I'm breaking TOS in any meaningful, significant way.
Oh.
I mean, Twitch just got me on watching a banned streamer's content, which is like getting Al Capone on fucking tax charges, I guess. Because I make some edgy jokes sometimes. I just genuinely don't know what it is I've done that leads people to think I shouldn't have a platform. Bearing in mind that primarily I cover and talk about drama, and obviously sometimes it's personal somewhat, but I don't know.
Maybe it has something to do with your abhorrent views.
Tragic. People try to take away my platform yet again.
Personal drama is something that is like entirely different. Yes, I report the things that mention my fiance. Of course I do.
Okay, so you just said that you understand that it's not content that bothers you. It's the personal things. But
Yeah,
then
it's
you
the
just said
misogyny. It's the
that
abusiveness.
it is the
Abuse.
content that bothers you.
Wait,
so
so
that's
is
why
it
you're
the
reporting
content?
the
Wait, so
content.
is it the content that bothers you, or is it the content that bothers you?
No,
What?
that it doesn't bother you, and that it does bother you. I'm
Okay,
asking
well,
you
you,
if it fucking bothers
babe,
you.
Boots, I don't know if you've been here during this conversation, but you said something very similar.
No,
Is it
so
the
I said
content
that I
bothers
don't
you?
like it when DK or anybody, but especially my partner, who I hold to a higher standard,
Who do you now?
I don't like that. But
Yeah,
I
neither
let
do
him
I.
do that.
You hold your partner to a higher standard.
I understand that that's
Well,
not
your
what
p-
it is about them.
your standard is
This is
your standard must be so low if this is how holding your partner to a higher standard looks like. Peak feminism, I swear.
Call yourself a feminist, dude. This is so gnarly. I can't imagine.
I mean,
Wait, so hang on a sec. If you're a feminist, you can't be with a guy that engages in what is pretty typical, like, socialized sexism. Like, is that
Typical socialized sexism.
if you're
Okay.
someone is mean to a woman, you got to cut that relationship off.
Oh yeah, it's just normal socialized sexism. It's all good. It's all good.
told me
It's
that
all
I am
good.
reaching and that I am abused. I think this is more misogynistic than him using a word that is like often
Oh
used.
no, I think that you have like I don't think that DK. I think he's a sociopath. Like I think he's incapable of having
You
relationships.
know nothing about him, and you know
I
nothing
do
about
worry
me. So
about
stop assuming that you do. It is obvious to every single person that you were a dumb bitch. Okay? It's
Listen, I don't want to ruin DK's street cred, okay? But what I will say is this: this isn't from knowledge. This is from guessing, genuinely. But I would imagine that the reality of the internet is probably very different. Let's put it that way. He's worse.
obvious. Anybody
He's
can say that.
worse.
They don't have
No,
to
you
believe
know what I
but
mean.
You,
Right now.
you,
Mhm.
Living your principles right now,
That
but
I
you
am
said
an
that you hate
Anyway,
me.
what
You
did
said
Bruce
that.
just say? Sorry, I cut the woman off again.
and my understanding that's
Unbelievable.
not how he feels.
Oh yeah.
Like this is.
You call yourself a feminist, dude. This is so gnarly. I can't imagine.
I mean, you
talking
have
to a
told
man
me
who
that
feels
I
like
am
that.
screeching and that I am abused. I think this is more misogynistic than him using a word that is like often
Oh
used.
no, I think that you have like I don't think that
He
DK.
directly put trans people in the audience in danger by not booting DK. Screw you. Chad, you're not the victim here. True.
I think he's a sociopath. Like I think he's incapable of having
You
relationships.
know nothing about him, and you know
I
nothing
do
about
worry
me. So
about
stop assuming that you do. It is obvious to every single person that you were a dumb bitch. Okay?
Oh.
It's obvious. Anybody can
Oh,
say that. They don't have to.
You're not
fucking
really
know
living
you.
your principles
you,
right now.
You
You're
assume
really living your principles
that-
right now,
that
Boots.
I
You
am
said
an
that you hated when people
abused
said that.
woman who, when she voices her opinion, she is screeching.
I think you're.
Like-
Are you having a moment? Are you having a mentee B right
Yeah,
now?
yeah.
Because
I'm having like a
typical
dumb bitch
flip-floppy
screech
boobs.
freak out right
Typical
now. That's
flip-floppy
exactly what I'm
Jesus.
Can
doing.
you get an instant replay on that walk back?
Two feminists talking.
10 minutes ago, Tom?
Yeah, show me.
Where
Show me,
she
show me
said
the
she
walk
didn't
back.
appreciate
Show me.
people calling me a dumb bitch.
He taught like peak feminism.
Sometimes you know you gotta call a dumb bitch a dumb bitch.
Ooh,
Girl, I think you are. This is for someone telling someone else to live by their principles. This is
Yeah, sorry. It's literally just internalized misogyny, Live. I can't help it. Just like
no,
you
I
can't.
don't even.
You
I
do it
don't
to
even.
me.
I wouldn't even diagnose you with the misogyny. I think that you are anxious right now. I think that you're scared.
Of what?
Public perception. I think that you know that if you don't beat me today, it's going to be embarrassing because
There's
I'm
no
so
beating
easily
you.
beatable.
I mean, this is such a wild. This seems like something that Lav is deeply concerned about, and like, yeah, massive projection. Because out of everyone here, the only person that seems desperate with getting a win is Lav. Boots has been pretty chill this whole conversation, and also like, I mean, I don't think Boots is like deeply concerned with coming out with a win. She's not got like a platform to speak of where, you know, she's got to answer to an audience or something. Yeah, this just seems like weird projection to me. I think Boots has been pretty chill this whole conversation, has been trying to talk, while it's Lav that's endlessly and constantly looking for dunks and trying to get a one up here, one up there, stuff like that.
This is all very pathetic.
I don't care about beating you. I didn't come here to talk about you. Like, I came here just to talk to Tom, and
I
you
don't care
joined in.
why- I
Because
don't care
you
about why
see
you
me
hate
as an
because
easy
that's-
target
we're
because
talking
you can
about what's
attack my
happening now.
partner, who you feel has done stuff wrong.
We're
I
talking
don't
about
my like I
now.
don't care about talking to you right now. I'm not scared of you. I don't care about like my
I don't think you're
the
scared
way
of
that
me.
people
That's not what I
because,
said.
look, Lev, the way that Twitch poll works, if
I'm
people
looking.
don't like you, then they're gonna like disagree with you no matter what. They will say that I won
Yes.
no matter what. So it
I
doesn't
thought
fucking
you
matter.
died.
True.
Good
Okay,
to see
I'm not
you're
worried
back.
about that. I don't give a fuck. I'm
Alma's
not
only
somebody that is like
summer.
in Twitch poll.
Soon.
I'm just a shit poster. I don't care. I don't have a
I think
platform.
here's the fear, though.
I'm
Here's the
just here
fear,
to,
though.
like,
Shit
I
poster.
think you're being. I think you're exhibiting traits of lol cowery right now. I think it takes one to know
Me?
one. It takes one to know one. Yep, and I know it like the back of my hand, baby. I know it like the back of my hand.
What?
You have been all over the place in this conversation. You have flip flopped. You've gone back and forth.
What? That is not a thought that crossed my mind for 1 second. What has Boots done to be a lolcow?
You've been hysterical. You've publicly embarrassed
Hysterical?
you've publicly embarrassed your boyfriend, who you disavowed, who now he's gonna have to answer for that.
I think that
Like,
it's pretty fucking shameful for you to tell me that I've publicly embarrassed somebody that is somebody who I love, obviously.
oh wow.
For me to say it, that I disagree with them on something and I don't like the way that they behave publicly, I feel like I should be able to say that and he should be able to hear that without being publicly embarrassed.
It's so fucking funny. Hearing this
Why is it?
That is, honestly, hearing Boots say that, the idea, like, that didn't even cross my mind, the idea that DK is going to be publicly embarrassed about this. Like, yeah, it's pretty common in these situations.
Don't worry.
Criticism,
DK is already
you know,
enough of an embarrassment.
Any embarrassment to be out here, is there? What, and how is that to do with being a lolcow? What planet is Lav on right now? Jesus fucking Christ.
That's funny. That's normal human behavior.
It's okay. DK is already an embarrassment to himself on his own.
that you and DK have tried to humiliate Connor just by extension of being in proximity to me. Like, I think this is hilarious. I think that you are floundering. You don't live by your values. I don't think you have any. I think you have zero principles. I think that you are living off
You're
of
just
survival
repeating
skills.
all of the same things that I've said about you. Like, literally every
Oh my God,
criticism that you
maybe-
have of me is a reflection.
Maybe that's why DK is so obsessed with me, because we're so similar.
Interesting.
Maybe we're
That is the classic meme. Oh, you're obsessed with me. You're just obsessed with me. You're obsessed with me. Who's the one that's bringing up DK? You are. You came on to a conversation that's nothing to do with DK and you start banging on about DK. And you brought him up repeatedly in this conversation.
Oh.
God, it's just...
This is what political blood sports does to your brain. I agree. I agree.
Is there anyone that isn't just a
Sad.
complete and total hopeless simp for Lav that's still even on her side in any of this?
more alike than we think.
Twinsies.
Fucking what's Tom doing, man?
Enemies
It's
to
like another
lovers.
20 minutes or so.
Listen, if I ever talk about DK again, it'll be too soon. I don't care. I'll keep reporting his little videos. I'll keep blocking his alts. I'll keep reading his little tweets about me. I'll keep doing it. It brings me. Listen, all press is good press. Oh my God, no!
Oh, he's
no,
there.
And he's here.
Wait, did he just say that it's Chud's videos? He's chipping in.
I'll keep reading his little tweets about me. I'll keep doing it. It brings me. Listen, all press is good press. Oh my God, no!
Hey,
no,
I was saying it earlier.
and he's here. Get him on cam.
He's here.
I want to see him. I want to see the handsome guy. Get him on.
He's not gonna get on fucking cam for you.
Okay, what about for Tom?
He's definitely
No,
not.
he
I
has
think
been on
he's
cam with me recently.
Okay, well I didn't
Sorry.
see it, and neither did Tom.
Why are people being so weird about like TK? It's like, I don't know. He's just like a regular dude. He's not like anything. You know, it's so weird how people act weird about the way. You can go see how he looks right now. There's
I don't need to see him.
on the internet that you can look at right now.
I don't need to see him.
I saw. He's a good-looking guy, actually.
Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it.
Who were you guys talking to? I did see it.
DK hairline check.
We
DK
were
hairline check.
talking to Katie, I think, and Stabby. It was on a wig thing.
Okay.
Oh,
This is getting so pathetic. I'm afraid I'm gonna have to go out after this video because
I don't remember. But yeah.
I don't know. I saw you guys sitting next to each other talking. He's got dark hair, a beard, long hair. Yeah. Yeah, he's got the whole Fabio.
Yeah, listen, I'll be honest with you, right? I don't think Lav's got any business going at someone else's hairline. I mean, it ain't looking too good. I'm not gonna lie. Listen, my hairline's a bit fucking dicey. Okay, we're gonna be seeing bold Chud Logic at some point in my future. Hopefully later rather than sooner. But I'm a 37-year-old man. I'm a 37-year-old man. It's supposed to be like that. Well, maybe it's a bit too young, but you know what I mean.
Look going.
Editor phrenology.
him.
It's not really dependent on age,
I hate DK.
the balding.
No, I actually love him. I think
It's
he's
actually heavily dependent on things like hormones,
every time we
lifestyle.
Giving things to you, then why don't you just not report the videos?
I'm gonna do whatever I
All right.
want. Thanks though. But I think
Well,
one of
I'm
the
asking why
greatest
you want
gifts,
to.
one of the greatest gifts is whenever people are listing off things that I've done wrong and I bring up DK, everyone's like, "Oh yeah, he's a piece of shit." And I think he makes me look good. I think he makes me look good by extension because no matter what I do,
Nobody can make you look good.
Opium on display is unreal.
always
Nobody can make you look good, Lav.
homophobic and anti-Semitic slurs. I could always be advocating for someone to come kill Mr. Girl's fiance. It could always be worse. And actually,
All things that happened, obviously. That is all truthful. That all happened. That definitely happened.
Mr. Girl.
I'm sure she'll provide evidence right now.
it could be even worse. I could be you. I could be someone dating this person, parading as a feminist. That
I'll be honest, at this point, when people make up a bunch of shit that DK's done, I'm like, yeah, based. Like, it's just
Welcome to
completely
Chud Nation.
fantastical.
Lav calling out hairlines when Apollo 11 trying to land on her forehead.
Jesus Christ, thank you for the sub. I like having, you know, yeah, sure. DK once murdered a child. Sure, why not? Fucking throw that in there. The notoriety that he's managed to achieve is insane. Didn't Destiny bring up one of his tweets, his tweet about Stardust the other day or something, and was like, why is DK so mad? Even Destiny's fucking finding out what DK's all about. Although I believe that Destiny actually blocked DK on Twitter over something. I can't quite recall what it is, but it was something or other. Anyway. Sorry, excuse me.
DK.
Anyway, DK has achieved a level of notoriety that, you know, others could only dream of.
Right.
It's funny as well because people have got this real weird mentality. I saw like a thread on Destiny subreddit. I didn't read it, admittedly. But I did see some people that apparently were commenting. I think it was shared on my Discord, and it was like, you know, oh, at least August just edits videos and doesn't do anything or say anything. And that's cool if that's the dynamic. But like, I don't know. It's kind of funny. I like it now. Listen, at the start, it was a bit like, oh God, what shit has DK caused today? But what I've realised is that when you don't really care about it, it just is funny content most of the time, you know? So before it was like, oh God, what's DK done now? And now it's like, what's DK done now? Let's make some money. Let's go.
Great.
August calmed down when people started pulling his DGG logs. Is that true? But yeah, in order to like meaningfully care. I mean, I understand. Listen, in all seriousness, I understand DK, whatever, right? Obviously, her reporting videos and stuff is fucking ineffective, but it is obviously like just speaks to her sort of character that she wants to deplatform me and whatever, right? But oftentimes, especially unless you're someone who's like directly involved, I guess, or you know. I just think that you have to take Discord very seriously to like really super care about like what DK is up to.
Okay, move on.
It is normally like some fucked up shit he said in spicy chat like that.
Okay, we might need to cut this short,
What people take issue with.
or I'm gonna have to make it faster.
Because when you actually look at his actions and what he does, like
this is ridiculous.
he just sort of like edits videos for me, does other stuff, edits for other people. Can we get some examples? Listen, we don't need to...
Yeah, I know. He keeps talking about DK in every video.
Let's just say that there was a conversation in my Discord the other day about the...
I don't care about your Discord.
Justifying or you know, apologizing.
Oh my God.
Or backing the guy said it friend guy. There was a conversation about the race. And I believe DK was a proponent of a certain theory.
I don't care.
Conversation, so I don't know how it went. It really makes you think.
I don't care. You're not gonna get rid of him.
Stylo is a representative in our community of the blacks, and I think he went to bat for his you know, his people.
Blacks, nice.
It's a community thing rather than a race thing. Yeah, Tony is also a resident black representative, I believe, based
True.
purely on his voice, not the skin color.
Chard Logic, the Marxist. Stop wasting. Okay.
My worst enemy. And with
That's
that,
easy
and
for you
with
to say
that-
though, but
and
because
with
we
that
don't know Connor.
And with that, first of all, Wonder beats me. He's very masculine.
Who is representative Jew? Queeman, obviously.
Giga Chad, he beats me. He beats every woman he sees on the street. Dude, one of the reasons why no one knows who the fuck Connor is because he's fucking above all this. He sees me get on my fucking hands and knees in the fucking mud with you other kids.
Queeman.
He's like, what the fuck are you doing, babe? Come back to
Go.
bed. Stop screaming at your
The
kids.
person that sometimes came to this chat.
And he kisses my little forehead and he says, go back to it, baby. I'll be here.
True. Constantly talks about DK.
And I give him a meal.
If I were genuinely being abused, and this were like a situation that was bad for
Queeman made a whole segment about me.
making fun of me for it on a stream and not privately reaching out.
Yeah, that's the biggest cope of all fucking stream.
Could be something
He
that was-
kept coming back to this stream to troll or whatever.
Either way, I don't think I'm making fun of you. I'm giving you the energy that you're giving me. I'm not handling you with child gloves. I believe that genuinely we're in a toxic relationship
If you go back and listen to the conversation from the start, it's Lav that comes in hot. Boots is just responding to all the shit that Lav's been saying.
because I don't think that DK is capable of having a normal relationship with anyone, let alone
You
a
don't,
woman.
you don't know anything about him, right? So like you have seen tiny glimpses of what DK is, and you've heard a lot of stories, I assume. You've talked to him how many times? How many times have you guys talked? Like
Too
twice?
many. Too many. All those sleepless nights where we stayed up all night.
It's
whispering
actually
into each other's
insane how
ears.
often you bring him up. It is crazy because he doesn't fucking talk about you. He doesn't care about you. He hates
Boots, that
making
hurts.
cut videos with you in it because it means he has to
That
fucking
hurts.
watch your content. Like
Boots, that
genuinely, there's a
hurts.
video that should come out right now. He doesn't want to make it because it has more you in it, and he fucking hates watching you.
Boots,
But
that
you
hurts.
bring him up without being prompted every single time.
That's actually true. That's actually true. DK does all the YouTube stuff. I maybe have a couple of interjections or say I think this is good or that is good. But obviously I've been ill recently as well, and I've not really, communicated that much with DK, and he's just kind of got on with this thing. But there was obviously all the Tom content and stuff like that, and he didn't touch any of it. And didn't make a YouTube video out of it, even though it probably would have performed pretty well because he is just sick of all the lab shit himself. So that is actually true. And he's a poster for lab videos. Well, the thing is, it worked if he puts a lab video up because this will, as much as
I guess not, since this is a live video.
but this will be a decent YouTube segment as well, especially with the reporting on my channel and stuff. That's absolute dynamite for a title.
Right.
I do not appreciate this image. I do not. It says "cuck" on his forehead. That is disgusting. I cannot believe. Hey world, I'm Conor McDonald, the CM of Ridge, but more importantly, I'm a cuck. My fiance is an anti-sex work W-word slur for promiscuous women. Disgusting, and I love it so much. Please fuck my fiance. I beg you. That is who made who made that? What is that? That is disgraceful.
Right.
Nah,
Move on. Oh my god.
disavow. No, thank you. Not for me.
So much filler.
DK, we're on Discord calls into the wee hours of the morning talking about life, talking about
You're gonna
literature,
hurt me.
listening to music together. All of those mean nothing to him.
I love
They
these
mean
like
nothing to him.
these deflections where you just turn everything into an absurdity when you are
I'm
obviously
just a shit
wrong about
poster.
what you're
I'm
saying.
just a shit poster.
Okay,
Just like
then
you.
stop trying to be fucking
like you.
serious all the time. I'm not just a shit poster. I can talk about things seriously, but
Oh.
generally I'm a shit poster. Like when I
Wait.
came on here, I was intending to talk about things seriously, but until
So only you can do it. So only you can do it, not me.
no. So then
Oh, Queenman called me an anti-Semite, trying to daddy chat logic with a screenshot. Wait, can you tell me about that?
at the time, like you, I don't feel like you can choose.
What happened?
Talking, and I said your name, and you just got angry, and you came in here super angry, and you were just like being in that shit posty mode.
Yeah, I don't think I was really angry. I think I was gearing up.
I mean,
for a laugh.
you literally just came in here attacking DK, which I had never talked about DK in this fucking convo. And I wasn't even debating Tom. We were having
No,
a
I
conversation,
wasn't
and you came with you.
attacking DK, babe. I was attacking.
Wait, Chud Logic.
a feminist who literally has publicly in this conversation.
Oh, I said that you don't live your
Publicly-
value.
Did Chud Logic look at a screenshot with you on it on his thing? What happened? Oh my gosh. Queeman. Such a sad little person.
10 minutes ago, I didn't say that in the conversation. I said that you're not a very good advocate, which I feel like even you should agree with.
You said that I don't actually have any principles and that I'm just saying things.
Welcome
No, I said that I think that
I
you're a
hope
man
I've
hater.
never
I mean, I don't think that
least
you're not
space
principled,
That's
but I told you,
intelligence
Tom.
generator. Counting down the days to the next
It's
false
so-
allegations seems good.
The thing is, people do complain about it, and I get it. Listen, I've said myself how annoying it is to fucking have to do some fucking Lav content again. But the viewers don't lie. And as much as Lav will try and be like, oh, it's because I'm based, it's because people love a lolcow, and people have seen Lav cultivate itself as a lolcow. It's like the freshest milk that you can imagine because you've seen the cow reared from calf to getting milked every fucking left, right, center. People love that shit.
What did you tell Queeman?
That's the sad reality of it.
Did he call you anti-Semite?
Start the video feels like Monday morning, going out to that prized cow, getting ready to put on the teats and get some milk. Honestly, I've got other stuff to talk about, which is good content. I like to talk about it. But knowing that this was available, it's like, okay, yeah, that's an easy hour and a half segment. Twitch, bang, YouTube, bang, there we go.
I told this to your face.
Rewind. You're probably wondering how I got myself in this situation. Tom, do you remember?
I'll tell you. I told you this to your face.
I
Like I
don't
said it
trust
earlier.
you,
That's
Boots.
fine.
You lie to me. I don't trust you, Boots. You lie. Live, laugh, lie. We are
Got
cut
all
of the
the
same
fucking
cloth,
lies.
me and you. We are cut of the same cloth.
It's a beautiful thing. There's something really beautiful about feminine chaos, Boots. Me and you. To the end of the earth.
See, my life is actually pretty simple. Like, I spend most days just
I
like
believe you, Boots.
doing
I believe you.
work. I come home, I do some reading, I make some dinner, I hang out with my family. But I don't live
I don't think there's as much reading involved in your day as you make it out to be.
chaos that you're speaking of. This is something of your own creation. This is. I'm not trying to shitpost. Honestly, I'm not.
Okay, so
Like,
you're
I don't. Yeah.
You're dead
Yeah.
ass serious.
I'm dead ass serious.
This is a beautiful thing. Two meetings of the mind.
What's going on?
Is DK texting you telling you to get off right now? Is he telling you to call me a whore, a bitch, Is he forwarding you photos of me without my makeup on? Get her, get her.
No, I said to DK, can you bring me a drink? And he said sure. That was our last messages.
Read more.
Leaking DMs.
Read more DMs. I want to know what you guys are like. You said I don't know him. I'd like to learn him through you.
Fuck, forgot my ID. Pepe SMH.
Pepe?
When
How
I
old is
we
he?
think we lived
He
together.
is Pepe?
Oh, sorry, yeah. Pepe posters are like 17 or younger, right?
What is this? Is just what is even happening now? Oh, read out your DMs. What's she expected to be in there? Is this gonna be normal couple shit? This is fucking
But they
weird.
told me
isn't
mine
it?
up too.
If you use a Pepe post, how old is DK? I'd like to know.
It's none of your business. And it's not mine to tell you either.
You hold it down for him, and I love that about you. I hate that about you, and I love that about you. You are a ride or die type of bitch, and I appreciate that. But it's for the wrong man. You could be doing that with me.
Is this
Yeah.
like this is just like this is just very normal couple shit. She's just like saying I disagree with this, but obviously you don't care about it or whatever. This is like complete. How is that ride or die?
What's happening here?
Someone and she's like staying with him. Acting like DK has raped someone and she's like staying with him in prison, even though he's on the hook for like some crazy rape. Like he's just been a fucking, whatever. Like what? He's just said some shitty things. Very
Tomfoolery has just checked out of this whole thing. Basically.
We could be in love. We could be in Puerto Vallarta right now.
Why do you always default to this?
Okay, fuck
No,
it.
I mean
joke
serious.
laugh.
Why do you default
I
to
got
this?
Puerto Vallarta.
It's really embarrassing. It's really embarrassing. You should.
You gotta be able to feel shame to feel embarrassed, baby. I feel none.
I think that you feel shame once your shitposting switch has been flicked off, and then you're just like realizing the things that you've said.
Boots,
Yeah.
you're wrong and gay and dumb. You're wrong.
I mean, I
You're
understand
wrong.
because I used to be really similar to you.
You used to be. How old are you,
I was.
Boots?
I'm 30.
Whoa,
Oh damn, I didn't know that.
you made it. Nice.
Made it. Might have to wall get live.
Wait, what? The fuck? Babe, I'm not DK. I'm not a fucking misogynist. I'm not gonna talk about you fucking. I think that the 30s are a woman's prime. 30s, 40s? What is that? What Kim Kardashian said that she was having the best sex in her 40s? What else? Menopause? You don't have to worry about pregnancy all the time. What does menopause happen?
Listen, look, okay, listen. Obviously, I gave some pretty strong criticism of Tom the other day, which I stand by. But I've got to respect the content farming from Tom in this call. He is just sitting back and I respect the hustle, okay?
Is it like 45 to like 60, right? I don't know. Do you have any kids, Boots?
No. Thank God.
Thank God. Do you not like kids?
No, I don't like kids.
Do you ever want kids?
No. Like, I have a philosophical objection for having children.
You're an antinatalist.
Yeah.
For what reason?
I don't want to talk about any of my beliefs with you.
Oh,
It's this. It should. Because you should realize that nobody
You're
wants
doing
to
it as
be serious with
punishment.
you. Because, no, it's not a punishment. It's so that you...
So Lav is now just trying to like stay on the call. Like she just obviously, I don't know what it is. The attention is, I don't know what the fuck the reason is, but she's just desperately trying to stay on the call. Bear in mind that Lav has interjected because she feels that she was spoken about, so she didn't want to say her piece. This was supposed to be a conversation between Boots and Tom about the gender stuff, and now she's just like, hanging around, like asking about antinatalism. Like what?
Don't use it against me later for some reason. This will just become the new meme about Boots. Is that she hates herself so much
You are
that
scared
she...
of becoming a low cow.
No, I don't want some, like, idea that you
fear
have
the milk.
created in my head. Or in
You
your head.
fear the milk, you fear the farmer. Embrace it.
How can I
Embrace
be a
the
blogger? I'm
farmer.
not a content creator.
You are
have-
creating content right now, baby, with me. We're doing it.
Oh my gosh.
We are making content. We are
I assure
creating.
you, Lav, nobody who's watching this thinks of me as the locale, yeah.
True.
You're right. Sorry, Tom.
We can do a poll if you want, Lav.
Well,
We can find out.
Lockout? Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, let's do
Yes.
it.
Let's do the poll.
If I'm the lockout, I'm coming to Tom's house and I'm killing him.
I think the truth is, okay, my read on this, I think that Lav is like plays it off as a joke and a meme, but obviously no one likes to think of themselves as a locale, right? So she plays it off as a joke and a meme and projects a bit with it, but I think she's deeply upset by the fact that she's been determined to be this locale. And I think the fact that she engaged with her own thread on Kiwi Farms and like made jokes about it is pretty indicative of that. Wait, what did Lav say? What threat? I missed that.
We can do a poll if you want, Lav. We can find out.
Lockout? Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, let's do
Yes.
it.
Let's do the poll.
Oh my gosh.
House and I'm killing him.
I don't wanna do the poll.
Yo!
I'm not interested in a poll.
Okay, listen, I'm not going to overreact. That's obviously some fucking stupid joke, but Jesus Christ, what's wrong with the DOS?
Oh,
Change my mind.
oh, threats, they work. They work. Okay, well. Well, this
Anything
is,
else? Yeah.
I guess not. I guess this was fun. It got way too serious sometimes. Boots, you need to chill out a bit.
I'm super chill. I don't find you, like, entertaining. Like, you're not fun.
I mean, the most heated Boots got was like calling Lav a dumb bitch, I think.
Oh my god, so much of this is empty fluff.
The projection is insane. Like, who's just been like fucking totally chill.
DK, editor, do something.
Tom, do you think I'm fun?
I think you're funny.
Thank you, Tom. That means a lot. It means a lot for a man to give me his perception of me because it means more.
Because I'm superior.
Well, does that make me inferior?
Nope.
Nice. Okay, really before I leave.
I think we're gonna be done with this soon.
I'm very sleepy. I just want to know what are some books I can read, Boots? I want to be as educated as you.
Okay.
I'll send you a list.
Why can't you just? What are you gonna look up a wiki? A book?
No, I'll just have a look at my bookshelf.
Okay, what's one book that you would recommend to me?
Well, I think first of all, you should read The Second Sex, which you clearly have not read. You do have like a pretty good understanding. Of,
I have read The Second Sex.
I don't believe you.
Ooh.
Okay. So that's it. The Second Sex is your. Can you name one or
Well,
two?
you just asked me for one, so I gave you like the foundational text.
Well, that's not the foundation. That's not foundational text for feminism. There's no foundational text for feminism.
Well,
That's
it is
a
the
foundational
text
text
that makes the distinction between.
I'll tell you a foundational text of feminism, right? This is the one you need to read. Bible, Old Testament. Oh, hey, Neon Sniper.
Oh, so funny. Chad Logic.
Old
Oh,
Testament.
great.
Yeah, it would be.
So funny, Chad Logic.
Well, that's not necessarily true. And if you want to
It
know why
is.
that's not true, my video essay comes out in about a week and a half, and you will learn. You'll learn
Great,
things
can't
you
wait
never
for you
wanted
to
to know.
fucking tell us about all of the books that you haven't read, love. Cannot wait.
It's not really about books. It's more of a philosophical statement. It's more
Okay,
about.
make sure to tell us about your philosophy based on people that you haven't read.
Where's Zerka? Yeah, Neon Sniper Panda. I see your shows have been getting pretty wild. Been getting some of the like the Zerka, getting Zerka on, getting some women on, seeing what happens.
Great.
Wait,
Oh wait, I'll watch
wait,
it. Sure.
wait, Boots, you got mad at me
Good
for
shit,
reading
mate.
people and then regurgitating what they've said, and now you're mad that I'm making up my own thing and I'm not regurgitating. Boots, you're
No,
very
I got
hot
mad
and
at you for
cold.
reading wiki.
Boots,
That's
you're
the-
very hot and cold with me, and I don't know where we stand, and I'm feeling very
Well-
uncomfortable.
This is a crucial read. Okay, I know what this is. I don't want to click on it because I don't know if it's going to pop up with my address if I'm logged in or not. Oh no, I'm not. I'm not signed in. Delivered to United Kingdom. Okay, foundational feminist text. Wait, this has got look at the ratings. This is mental. Oh, Willie Mac show. I think he's doing a video about Fresh and Fit. I'm really looking forward to that one. That's going to be great. Willie Mac's a great commentary YouTuber, but he's been posting like little excerpts of the book, and apparently it's insane. But yeah.
Thanks G averaging 3,500 viewers now. Now let's get you out here and take over.
Hey, they were the bits. Hey, what? I'll come over for a show sometime. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Send me a DM or something, mate. Well, I could always, join on Discord or something.
Great.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, that was
actually,
me that said that.
Are we
She
breaking
was saying
up?
that I was wrong.
So I don't like you. I wish that you would leave the space. And
Boots, don't say this.
Yeah, I know,
Are we
it's tough.
breaking up?
It's super tough. Yeah. I feel like we're gonna have to. I wish that when you said that you were leaving, that you would have stayed gone.
Yeah, I know that about you because you also said that you wish that I killed myself.
No, I didn't. I said that I thought that you would.
Hopefully.
Did I say hopefully?
No, but you said it in a hopeful context.
I said I
So, okay.
feel like when Lav's Kiwi Farms page.
If I killed myself
You
right now,
might
would you
kill
feel bad?
herself.
If I killed myself right now, would you feel bad?
Jesus
Why would you feel
Christ.
I feel bad when people kill themselves, Tom?
Well, I mean, they might feel bad for you, but they're not going to feel bad about themselves.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying guilt. I'm not saying that she's culpable. She might be. You're gonna be in my letter, Boots. Just kidding. You'd never be in my letter. It's gonna be like 30 pages of melodrama. You wouldn't make the cut. I'll be honest.
It's going to be artsy fartsy bullcrap that
It's
doesn't
gonna
make
be.
sense.
It's gonna be poems. It's gonna be poem after poem. I'm gonna cut my hair onto the page. It's gonna be kind of gross. Yeah, I'm gonna take all my teeth out, put them in an envelope. To
Boots in chat says, who would feel bad? Name one person. Well, I was going to say Connor. But then I'm like, I couldn't say.
Oh my God.
for Connor to give to our kids. Wait, I don't have kids yet. That doesn't make sense. How I can't have kids in my grave? Maybe I can.
The feminist and Chad Logic's chat.
Yeah, obviously, listen, that's notwithstanding
Boots.
small battalion of simps like that Jiraza loser.
Guys, bye.
Later, buddy.
That's,
Top
that's
feminism.
Femoid on Twitter if you want to get hold of her. Bring him on with Zerka, see what happens. That would be banging content.
Sure.
Yeah. Good luck.
But I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah,
I appreciate the way that you engaged. And if you ever have anything you disagree with me on, hit me up.
All right, we'll do.
All right, thanks.
Great.
Kuro?
Well, we've had enough.
I recognise this person. They've commented on my videos. There we go, guys. That's that. There we go. There's the conversation you all...
Why, thank you for this amazing content, Chad Logic, as always.
Listen, hands up. I am super biased, obviously, in both directions, okay? But yeah, I think Boots did...
No kidding.
Even
You're
take a step back and
biased.
just from a perspective of... Just really dressing it down in a very calm way. I don't know. I think she did really well. Just...
Yeah, I know. All you need is politeness and everything's great. Okay. Well, we're gonna have to finish for today because I'm going out. Thank you all very much for coming. I hope you've enjoyed the conversation about history and the ghetto and other topics. I'm gonna be back tomorrow because tomorrow I'm gonna be talking to Anastasia from Ukraine. We're gonna be talking about probably Polish-Ukrainian relations and other topics. We're gonna see. Like, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. I believe it's gonna be good. I believe you're gonna enjoy it. And yes, I hope to see you. I know, because birds are dinosaurs. So I hope to see you here tomorrow, because we're gonna have a good conversation with Anna. And then I will, in the meantime, I'm also going to try to get an additional guest to the stream, a surprise guest. I still haven't secured the guest's appearance, so I'm not gonna name the guest, but I'm working on it. Okay, so thank you very much for coming once again. I hope to see you tomorrow. Love and solidarity. Sorry for exposing you to this. I'm hoping to provide more substantial content moving forward. Thank you. Goodbye. End stream. Love and solidarity.